Worse when it was in ethics.
Oh.
Can you give me your ethical argument of your ethical argument?
What?
Stop! No, I don't wanna. I'm talking about school.
Mm-hmm.
We're yapping. Well, we're stalling. We're stalling.
Yeah.
Why are you stalling? You don't need
I
to
asked if you were
stall
ready, and
anymore.
you said no. You said no. The fuck you! Do not sarcasm me. I've been stalling for 27 minutes.
Hi, welcome back to Anathema Rising, Crescent Heart. Let me just grab our trigger warning list for the session before we begin.
Does the command work?
Hold on.
I'm holding. Thank you for holding me. Appreciate it.
Send chat message as streamer. And we'll just include a casual little trigger warnings for this campaign as a whole. Include, but are not limited to. And this is a lengthy list. If you want to put exclamation point TW in chat, please. Abuse, cult-like behaviors, death, demons, derealization, depersonalization, gore, violent injury, hallucinations, memory manipulation, PTSD, panic attacks, political and religious theology, and torture. Especially for this session, we will definitely be highlighting religious theology and how it plays into morals as a whole. I give this warning in advance for folks who have issues with these because these are typically banned types of topics, but because it is theology and not talking about a specific religion, I give warning.
It's also a mythological, it's a fictional religion.
This is a fictional world.
All name scenarios and topics are bear any similarities to real life are purely coincidental.
Yeah. So the only reason I'm doing the DNT command is so that you can see this campaign is morally gray and focuses on psychological and physical challenges that may be disturbing to the witness. Your discretion is advice. Some aspects are based on real-world scenarios, but this is a wholly untrue work of fiction.
It is not like with D&T where it is based on real-world America.
Correct.
And the US and Earth.
Correct. Also, no, Bam, my delivery did not come. However, I did put 2 fluffy socks over my microphone in hopes that it would help.
Well, seems like it.
I got the fluffy socks that I never wear because I get overheated very easily on the microphone to act as filters because I'm hoping not to peak shit today. But also, I'm realistically short of breath because while getting an ultrasound of my fucking heart done, I got jabbed in the ribs a lot by a plastic wand.
I'm so sorry. I told you. I did warn you.
It's not my first echo either. She was just more aggressive this time than the last person was.
Babe, I'm not gonna lie to you. The double-sided socks is actually partially working.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're working pretty good.
You are like peeking, but only on certain words, not full sentences. So you're actually.
The fuzzy socks for the win.
No yelling or loud expletives.
Oh no, there's no yelling.
Yeah, no big yellies today.
I would like to point out how funny and adorable it is that our bread cam right now is currently balancing an octopus on top of their head.
I was gonna, honestly, I was looking for my own because I could tiz him with them, but I couldn't find it.
Well then, shall we begin?
Yes.
We can.
Mm-hmm. It's time.
It is indeed time. For the BAM recap.
Ah, fuck. Okay, listen. To clarify, I hate this recap. I'm not very proud of it. It's not very good. 5 different people probably written this shit because I did it over the course of the weekend. But anyway.
Listen, dude, I just drove across 10 states. I haven't had time to do shit. So you're good.
Okay. Day 2 starts with Luthien doing their meditation stuff, going through childhood memories and a lot of wisdom staves. They learn how they did in fact know of Ylvanna and her fathers, and how they remained in Orgland far longer than they originally thought. So their memories seep back in. One of the tower monks approaches and hands them a light meal to keep their strength up, and after eating their light meal, they return to their meditation. Over with the Death Kids, Percy has finally succeeded in recreating the salve and is applying it to Vaiks, causing her to wake up immediately in pain, almost causing Percival to jump out of the chair as he is still low on sleep. There is a lot of awkwardness as Percy tries to apply the salve with as little skin contact as possible, causing his movements to feel more like jabbing to Vaiks. Percy is very soft as he fights back exhaustion and tries to focus on starting to fully attempt to heal this wound when Vaiks grabs his hand as gently as they can and then inform Percy that they have to go through another round of application sober and cognizant, that they will drag themselves to their bag and chop off their fucking arm. Percy makes notes of that and asks if she should go to grab alcohol right away, but Vaiks holds him there, saying that they have to talk about what happened in the cavern. Percy thinks that this is his emotional outburst and Luthien and apologizes. Vaiks is confused for a moment, as so much has happened between then and now, but quickly connects the dots and tells Percy that there is something else inside him. Percy recalls what Tavrick told him, but Vaiks is more so talking about even before that, telling Percy that he was the cause of the rat deaths in the cavern. Percival is a little overwhelmed as Vaiks pushes harder, saying that the thing in Percival has a priority, being him. He also recalls his dream from a few nights ago, asking if he told her anything during the time they talked in a language Tavrick didn't know. Where he then learns it didn't reveal much other than the fact that yes, he is a prick, and Vaiks then grasps Percy's hands and suggests that they go to talk to their mother. Percy is weary about the idea, expressing that he is confused and frustrated on trying to figure out the why of what some gods do, telling Vaiks about the DD information and how he thinks only Mom would have done that, and admitting that he's scared to rely on another source of information, as the last person he leaned so heavily on was Emery. Vaiks asks that if after everything he's learned, if Rowan is solely to do the blame for DD not knowing. Percy states that it's a possibility, but is still a little bit in disbelief of the idea of just forgetting a birth. Vaiks proposes to the fact that Percy has some sort of shadow being inside him for the protection that he is the favorite. Percy grows uncomfortable at this idea, stating that he doesn't like being the favorite in anything, a feeling that he has but does not explain very well. Vaiks says that their mom called him here, not her, so clearly they wish to speak someone. Vaiks tells him the location of the alchemist/brewery and also invites him to take any herbs that are going in nicely planted pots on the other side of the room. At this time, the fox familiar jumps up onto the bed and introduces themselves, Percy having to explain that this is a gift from Ylvanna's mom, as he is in full belief that if he says their real name, that they will show up. Vaiks, seeing this terror, questions what they did, and Percy tells them the story, also revealing that they have a vial of his homemade drug. Before he leaves for the alcohol, Vaiks holds him back, calling him his real name and saying that they are about to say is better said sober and not drunk. They tell Percy that once they make it back to the city, he is to leave and head to Pearl Peak, to just go home. Percy is perplexed, saying he'd love to, but he's not going to just leave the people he cares about. Vaiks asks what would keep him, and Percy starts listing off the party members, starting with Vaiks, but Nyx interrupts almost immediately, saying that in the cities they are not his sibling, that in the cities they are his executioner. There is a long silence as everything around Percy and his body language stops and sags, exhaustion creeping up once more, now targeting both his body and his emotions. Dee leans on the doorway, showing up behind Percival and saying that what Nyx said could have been done with a lot more tact. He should return home to see his family, saying that they will find a way to cross paths once again, mentioning fate. Dee and Nyx talk a little while Percy is sort of just standing there, not paying much attention and wishing he could just sink into the shadows by the door and disappear. Dee says that while yes, they can go back to the city, that they will have to pay pretend, it does not change the fact that they are in fact siblings. This brings Percy out of the shadows a little bit. She then continues on and suggests that both of them getting some sunlight, proposing a spell to help them get there quicker. Nyx, taking in Percy's disheveled appearance, questions on if he knew the way to the baths from this home. He did not. He is then forced to take a nap and a bath while Vaiks goes to get some sunlight. TikTok time. He gives a soft recap on what's going on with the party, mentioning Percy with not Percy, the not-so-friendship stab between Vaiks and Ylvanna, Luthien's unhealthy relationship with Braze, and everyone else's issues. He learns some stuff, but it's mostly kept vague for the rest of the party. Over with the favorite orc boyo, he's groggily waking up in the stable, Mindu knocking on the post to wake him before he's late, quickly getting dressed before Mindu warns him about his heavy clothes, asking him to wear something lighter, as getting heat stroke on the first day is not a great impression. He makes his way to the forge, finding the formaster to be a big half-orc with blue eyes. Tavrick learns the way of the trade as the orc starts rambling about what to do, and Tavrick takes notes as he does so to make sure he doesn't miss a thing. At the end of the day, Tavrick becomes an expert at making head. He leaves the forge and heads back to the bath before going to Didi's to check on Vaiks, shirtless, mind you. He enters the home and makes his way upstairs, the lantern light gliding his way to Vaiks' room, where he holds his hand over her arm and tries to use some magic. His hand glows, but it's faltering and flickering, even causing the magical flowers and vines that twist on Vaiks' arm to wilt and decay. He pulls his hand back before making anything worse and goes to leave, but sadly, his large footfalls find a particularly loud floorboard. The fox Percival summoned sitting right next to his foot, causing more cracking and making Vaiks stir awake. Tavrick puts on a brave face and smile, asking how they are doing. Vaiks, red in the face and slipping into a southern accent, slightly says that they are better and happy to see him. They state that it wasn't him waking them, but said that if it wasn't him waking them up, Dr. Sir Stress-a-Lot would have done so anyway, which is rude, by the way. Tavrick says that he is like that because he cares so much, and Vaiks is lucky to have someone. Vaiks invites him to sit on the bed, of which he obliges. Telling her about his day in the forge and whatnots. Vaiks takes in his words, but gets the hint of almost jealousy in them as she grabs his belt buckle. To hold him to the bed as they say that they care about him that much. And thanking him for trusting them back in the mountain, admitting their plan was super stupid, and not telling him about it was even dumber. But they thought he'd do something stupid like Percy. or Luthien planned to do, saying he was the right to be mad at them even if he wanted to be. There's a long, deep silence as Tavrick tries to collect himself and puppeteer a false smile, telling Vaiks that this conversation should not be happening right now, as they are drunk and needs rest. He removes his hand from the belt loop and gently starts tucking her back into bed. He stands next to them looking over their body with eyes full of hurt as her words fully seep into his mind. Wiping away a tear, he moves to the door, giving one last neutral agreement that her plan was stupid, but he's not mad and can never be mad at them. Saying they made the right call to get the outcome they wanted, but expressing his distaste for this being the second time someone has just used him for their own game. Leaving the room fully, door clicking behind him. Percy steps out of Didi's room, planning to get some water in the middle of the night to find a shirtless Tavrick leaving Vaiks. He's a little baffled, thinking he must be dreaming before hearing a large thud inside her room. Almost off of second nature or instinct, his eyes glaze over as he looks through the fox familiars to find Vaiks laying on the floor, Percy body moving immediately, no longer caring if it's a dream or not as he enters the room to try and help Vaiks up. As he kneels down, getting ready to move her to the chair at the very least, she looks up to him, soft tears in her eyes, flowing down her cheeks, asking if they ruined everything. Percy says of course not, mentioning how they're just tired and drunk, but that only makes them cry some more. Seeing as how he shouldn't force his drunk sister to move, he instead sits on the floor next to them, letting Vaiks lean on his body and nod her good arm for the time being. Having some memories of a few nights at Bryn's and a couple times Ylvanna got into the good stuff as he props them against him. He reiterates, saying that they didn't ruin everything. They're just drunk and wounded, which does not make for a good feeling in anybody. Vaiks retorts, saying that they're pretty sure everyone thinks that they're the problem. Percy, flabbergasted, asks how that could have been, and Vaiks gives their path of logic, saying that if she wasn't honest with him, he wouldn't have snapped at Luthien, which wouldn't have caused her to reveal Tavrick's manipulation, which wouldn't lead to them needing to kill Ylvanna. Percy is almost stun-locked by this flow of events and tells them that he's going to take them one at a time, taking a deep breath before saying he doesn't think the outcome would have changed, no matter what happened, saying that someone was going to make a stupid decision with or without those events occurring. He reassures Nyx that they definitely stopped people from doing something stupid, and he won't be upset because from what Tavrick told him, it was both Nyx and Ylvanna's decision to do what they did. Nyx mentions on how Ylvanna thought Percy would have done something stupid too, and while it hurts, Percy agrees he was, and would have, had it not been for their plan. Percy asks what Nyx lied to him about. They think started all the dominoes to fall. And they list off a few things, saying that not telling him the plan, not mentioning the shadows behind his eyes, and mentioning the oboe in his soul. That perks Percy's interest as he asks for some clarifications on it, and he learns that he sounds sad, like a clarinet. He also learns that Tavrick sounds sad too, and this is where Percy notices Tavrick's spell has weakened. Percy says that Tavrick leaving isn't Nyx's fault either, and he's going through something rough. She says he didn't deserve this, and while Percy thinks he could point to anyone at the party, he does agree that Tavrick didn't sign up for any of this. After a little more drunk rambling, Percy managed to lift Nyx up and place them back under the bed, ending day 2. Day 3 starts with Luthien once more, rolling wisdom. Karma! A monk helps them wake up their legs before they leave the altar to find Emery sipping wine, making a comment on how they are being well catered to. They ask for permission to clean up at the baths and check on Vaiks after getting dismissed, and once their bath is finished, they take the pathway from the bath to Tidi's house, after taking a glance around before heading upstairs and knocking on Vaiks' door, causing it to open slightly. They ask how Vaiks is doing and see if they're up for visitors before they enter. Before they even enter fully, Small Fox investigates before curling up on the old toys and plushies. Luthien enters Vaiks' room, sitting on the bed next to them. They speak a while, Luthien brushing Vaiks' hair. They take notes of Vaiks' newish look. After a comment from Luthien, Vaiks questions if they are still friends of any sort, saying the Reaper doesn't have any. Luthien bounces back that everyone does, even the gods appear to have them, and they apologize for how they acted in the caverns. They also admit that during the Sentinel fight, they didn't participate not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't use magic. They reveal after Emery's death their mental was slipping heavily, and since Emery had come back, they have been helping them recover. Luthien asks Vaiks not to tell the other party members, in which Vaiks agrees, but states it won't help the broken trust already present in them all, saying the party won't ever truly know if it's Luthien speaking or Emery. Luthien claims that Emery doesn't affect her like that, but I'm calling bullshit. Vaiks reiterates, stating it's hard to trust the person that ordered them to kill, replace their life with someone else's, and mess with their minds for months. Luthien says that they understand, saying, what the fuck did I write there? Luthien says they understand, but know what they're getting into, which is bull. And that
I'm so sorry. I don't know what you wrote either, but it was so well timed to what was happening in this side chat. What do you think it was?
Well, okay, so the way that it's written here, I think I just because it says Luthien says they understand, saying they understand, and I was like, no, that didn't happen.
Okay. Continue.
It says they understand, saying that, but what they're getting into, bull, and that they can see through Emery's act like the rest of them. Shit. They only hope the party can be civil with them, and they thank Vaiks for their trust, as they know it's hard after what's been done to them. But the way Luthien worded it makes rage boil in Vaiks as they snap, raising their voice in anger, causing the fox that was peacefully resting on the stuffy pile to perk up, its eyes now pitch black as it watches them both intensely. Vaiks glares into a corner, thanking Luthien for the help with their hair, and Luthien understands that they need more time. Gets up, offering to get Vaiks a book as they turn to leave. Vaiks is quick to grab their arm, face still fixed on the floor, asking if Luthien would believe them this time. Luthien says that they will, and even did when they first heard the story. However, they want to get Emery's motivation inside as well. Vaiks rightfully doesn't take too kindly to this, as anger boils once more, asking why their motivations matter so damn much. They remove their hand from Luthien, explaining how they were tortured as a child, and they gloated about it. They expressed their hatred for them, and how there is nothing in this world that they hate more than them. How they wish that they could suffer every pain, injustice, and violation that they did to them tenfold. How they want their life to have meant something more than this, than a thing meant to be discarded. Luthien takes a moment absorbing the information, before saying how they care and won't discard them. They gently cup Vaiks' crying face, saying isn't the best revenge is to become the opposite of what someone expects you to be, saying Vaiks needs to choose and find out what the person that they want to be, and to be more than what they were made into. A determined look in her eyes as she tells them to not let anyone tell them who they are, saying that in the cities they may have to put on an act, but they are free. Whatever they choose, they will be there to support them, saying they don't want them to turn into something they hate. Before Vaiks can even respond, there's a knock on the outside of the room as Percival stands in the doorway, asking Luthien to leave so he can reapply the medication. Luthien nods, and they leave the room, Percy making way and watching them leave the house carefully before entering Vaiks. Vaiks is already standing, unnaturally still as she full force throws the book that she was reading into a wall, and it angrily states that not being something that they hate is the idea of a fucking joke, because they were made to kill, and they hate that. A massive AoE of necrotic energy destroying her small corner of plushies. The energy waves over to Percy, and while he does brace, the shadows and ink on his body move to block and absorb most of the energy, and a small aura of death seems to be placed around Vaiks. Percy makes a light joke before stepping into the circle, unbothered by the light chill he gets on occasion as he kneels on the ground and waits for Vaiks to sit so he can reapply the bandages. Once they do so, he gets to work, and there's a long silence before Percy breaks it, saying Luthien isn't entirely wrong, clarifying that they are wrong about a lot of things, but not on the fact that Vaiks should stop blaming themselves when things go wrong, remembering the previous night. Nyx quietly asks him what he thinks he was born for. He says originally he didn't know, assuming he was just a frivolous mistake by whoever his parents were, but now it might have been to find them. They give a small smile, agreeing that they like to think that too. A mistake of a task that it may have been. Percy states that it would have been a whole lot easier if he knew so much. Nyx states that they were born to kill. That phantoms are born to kill. Percy gets a small flicker of the memory Dee Dee showed him before he gives a response. He says that they can say that, but since in their company they have been doing a pretty shit job at that, saying the few times that they have, it was to save others or out of their control. They explain that in the court they were trained to kill gods and godlike beings, and out in the city they were trained to kill people, so Luthien's comment on not being something they hate is an impossibility. They make some sibling comments before Nyx states that they do not want to go back to the city, and Percy agrees, also wanting to stay in the court, but he has things to do, and while Vaiks could return, he proposes the idea that Nyx has the opportunity to truly vanish. As suspicious as it might be of just Emery returning the party, if they truly want to, they could just remain in the court. There's quiet as Vaiks thinks on it, realizing that there would be no way to tell if they were dead or alive, as only AC mattered, and they were only connected to AC. Speaking of, he chimes in and says he prefers to remain in the city. Percy says they are probably the only one who could stay unfair and otherwise. Nyx reveals that there is something AC wanted them to avoid in the cities, and Percy, finding this weird, questions when he gave a shit. Now, this was like last-minute panic writing, so it's going to get not good at all. Nyx is conflicted as they try to avoid the truth before blurting out that they don't really know. Percy asks for more clarification and learns that AC wants Nyx to avoid a certain person in the city, AC's sister, to be exact. Before he can even take in this information of Nyx's wording of this being a recent development, gives him pause and informational whiplash as he questions it and learns that AC talks to Nyx often via telepathy. They blurt out the truth, that since they got the amulet, he's been talking to them, and in the ruins they saw his memory involuntarily, and that freaks them out. Percy is panicked, rightfully so, as he tries to think of a way out of this, that Vaiks can't let the amulet go, and that Nyx is a horrific liar. Percy questions how they got away with talking to their chest at the demon necklace for so long, and the answer is that no one fucking asked about it. There's a lot of panic, and he also learns that Nyx holds Luthien parents and soul coins, so he's dealing with a lot, and continues to panic for around 30 IRL minutes. During this panic, he learns that when they do go back to the city, Vaiks would be on the guard of the Viceroy, who would be Emery. Percy gets a small idea about how he could fix that, but it's for another time. Now that the both Death Kids have a talkie demon thing in their minds, we move on to Day 4, with Tavrick working at the stable, taking notice when the horse is acting up, and after calming it down, notices the fox once again with a piece of paper in its mouth. Paper is a note with a freshly pressed bluebell tucked inside and instructions on the bakery in town and what it has in store. Tavrick, always having a sweet tooth, goes and gets an array of sweets and cookies before being led by the fox over to Didi's abode, this time with a shirt. He enters the house, and the fox leads him back up to the Vaiks' room, entering before him, where he hears Vaiks' questions on the fox about Tavrick, or gently getting a knock on the door. A lot of words. Vaiks, seeing who it is, beckons him in, telling him that the cookies were made for him, but she never really specified. After a minute of conversation, Vaiks asks if Tavrick would want to leave the court, if he'd want to go home. This stuns Tavrick as tears flow down his face, the puppeteered smile still plastered on, and he states that his fear he would just keep slowing everyone down, saying the person he was here for doesn't even want him nearby, so he thinks he should go home. He mentions how he feels useless and how he'd only hurt the party, as pent-up emotions seep out of his eyes and face. The mask's still on, but the emotions wildly visible. Vaiks gets up from the bed and slowly, carefully wraps around his shoulders in a soft hug as they reassure him, saying he doesn't need to be useful to be cared for, and how all they have ever wanted was his company. Vaiks mentioning on how he should go home, and all that they would do is ruin him more. Tavrick disagrees and expresses all the positives about the party, saying how he wants to protect it and doesn't want to lose or ruin it at all. Mentioning how TikTok helped him change perspective, and with his powers, how Ylvanna keeps him guessing in a good way and joins in on his antics, how Percival helped him out of his coma and has been a pillar of support ever since, and how he's scared he's ruined that now, and how Luthien gave him something to look forward to on the roads, how they kept him going and moving. Mentioning how he didn't even care about cookies at all, and how he only prefers cakes and chocolates, but what's more important to him is who made them. He then looks at Vaiks and takes their hand, complimenting how nice they were during the dance and the patience they had with his 2 left feet, the diligence she has with their coins, and how she was kind and sweet and beautiful, as his eyes grow too heavy to ignore and flutter to him close, his last action being that of clinging to Vaiks and begging them to not let him back onto that hell of a road. A few hours later, he stirs awake, now with a pillow and blanket, as Vaiks is writing a multiple of documents. He panics and gets ready to leave, apologizing for bothering them, but Vaiks quells his worry, saying that he would never bother them, and that they must sit back down as they finish writing up the papers. Offering them as his choice, saying one of them is to transfer away from being Luthien's bodyguard. Only issue is he'd be getting the old position back, but with the freedom to choose his route and report on whatever he sees fit, with the only requirement being to escort a few caravans every month. The second stack is a termination letter of employment, mentioning the Souls Blossoms report and his coma, stating that if he takes this route, he'd be set up to care for his mother for a while also having the freedom to choose whatever new path he wishes, saying that they have full faith no matter what path he takes, he'll be great in, even if the path doesn't include anyone else from the party. Tavrick doesn't exactly seem happy about these papers, as he realizes what this means for him, but he steels himself, again asking how Vaiks is feeling, commenting on the fox. They be cute for a minute, Tavrick imagining a little garden date after drinks once they are back, Vaiks expressing her hopes that no matter what he chooses, that he'll still accept the occasional letter from time to time to keep in touch. He questions on what makes her think that he would ever say no, to where Vaiks explains why wouldn't he? After all, everything she does makes someone's life works. Tavrick takes a moment to process before sealing his resolve, saying that he's tired of being told what or how to feel, so he will just say how he feels. He gains a deep blush as he compliments Vaiks, saying he finds them cool, and stating that as long as she finds him useful, he hopes to be in contact. Vaiks says that she doesn't find him useful, she finds him important, and they care for his company no matter what it is. All of this to say that they will miss him if he does choose to go. Vaiks is halted as Didi clears her throat, standing in the doorway with 2 meals and a smirk on her face, telling Tavrick that they can go on a walk if they want, but only with Ylvanna, Percy, Tavrick, or Didi. Then they leave the room and return to the next room with Percival. Tavrick and Vaiks flirt and be cute a little more, inviting to eat something before going to a walk. Session ends with little brother as Percy comments on Tavrick showing up shirtless one night and then staying alone with Vaiks for almost 3 hours today. I did not do a good last half of notes, and it hurts my soul to read it, but there you go.
I'm gonna need you to repeat what Tavrick said to Vaiks and how that exchange went again for a Breb who took off her ears to make sure Paladin had hydration real quick, because Breb missed
Is it?
Breb missed the most important part to make sure that a Tavrick was hydrated.
After letter of employment, or
no, it's after she thinks she's not worth anybody's life.
hell of a road comment?
Well, no, it's the peak flirting comment, buddy. You know, the absolute greatest. I think you're really cool.
Doesn't exactly seem happy for the papers. Tavrick imagining a little garden date after drinks once they are back. Vaiks expresses her hopes that no matter what he chooses, that he'll still accept an occasional letter from time to time to keep in touch. He questions on what makes her think he'd ever say no to that, where Vaiks explains why wouldn't he? After all, everything she does makes someone's life worse, and Tavrick takes a moment to process before sealing his resolve, stating that he's tired of being told what to do or how to feel, so he just says how he will feel. He gains a deep blush as he compliments Vaiks, saying he finds them cool, and stating that as long as she finds him useful, he hopes to be in contact. Ain't they sickeningly sweet?
I need to elaborate a little for the sake of the people at home.
These were so brief.
Yes, I would like to expand upon this for the people at home. That it was not just like a simple compliment. It was he waxed poetic and then ended it with, "And I think you're really cool."
I think you're cool. Because he's awkward as fuck right now.
He went, "You're like awesome and amazing and like super pretty, and I think you're really cool." And unfortunately, our local rogue is a dumbass, and it's like, that's what those words mean.
All right, kids, plushies on heads.
Hey, it won't be as funny.
But Bam needs to join the family.
Bam is the bed. Bam is the bed.
Bam, join us.
Also, we still wouldn't have Lefty.
I know.
We can do art.
We can do art.
Anyways, so
Anyhow,
we finished session with a Tavrick and a Vaiks walking down the stairs.
so,
and a Dee and
my plushie is bigger than all of yours.
A Dee and a Percy having a whole separate side conversation roasting the adorable little duo.
So there is a small little like interjection thing of when they're eating, if you would like that. Otherwise, we can just skip it for the sake of time. That is between the sass comment and the not sass comment. Like, that is during the eat food time.
I will ask if you feel like anything is pertinent for the audience to have witnessed.
Yeah, actually, well, fuck.
Okay.
All right, okay.
You tried so hard. Unfortunately, chat, there will be no other recaps today because of the fact that we started late, and BAM tends to encompass the entirety of the previous session.
Mm-hmm.
If I get permission, I'm writing it down.
Mm-hmm. So we are just diving right into Tavrick X Fights.
Okay. So,
I gotta find where it is.
Food time. Food time.
Food time.
It was during the food time.
Food time. Food time. Food time. Wait, what? What food time? Is it day 4,
There was-
midday?
No, right there. No, okay. So there was a tiny scene that we interjected or like injected between like while eating.
Oh, that's right.
And then there was the leaving, and then they got teased.
Okay, that's right.
We just glossed over the eating part for the sake of time at the end of that session.
Mm-hmm.
So this is interjection, which also means that technically the motherfuckers could reprise their teasing time if they so choose.
No.
If you so choose. Anyway,
My teeth are pretty good.
your tease was pretty good. It was pretty good. So after Dee Dee walks away, and like everything gets set down, they get set up, ready to go. The tray is all set up. Vaiks eats her meal fairly quickly, as if more for like purpose over like enjoyment, until it eventually comes to a stop. As she has been looking over papers besides Tavrick throughout this entire time, and kind of just has this entire simple sandwich just sitting in her mouth that she has not taken a bite of yet, as she is using only one hand to sort a variety of different documents and parchment over continuing to eat. And as she does so, there's periodically a like she creases and then raises her eyebrows at whatever is written, and then frowns a little bit, and then raises them wide again. And there's just soft bewilderment on her face as she's reading over whatever this is.
So, while Vaiks is kind of looking at this paper, Tavrick is just kind of chowing on this sandwich. And he's kind of like, he notices how, like, in-depth Vaiks is looking at this paper. And he chuckles to himself and he's mid-chew. You know, even on break, you're still diligent. So what you looking at? As he's kind of as he's talking with his mouth full.
Vaiks will kind of double blink at him, almost as if she forgot he was there, like forgot what she was doing. And sets down this paper to grab the sandwich from her mouth. Just trying to catch up a little on these writing assignments the children were working on, but she kind of leans over, like whispering as if the writer of this paper can somehow, some way overhear, or even just anybody else. I think one of the students' parents are cheating on the other. And she will pass him the paper, pointing to lines of clumsy Sylvan that she does not know he cannot read. Here, the assignment was what I do for my home, and she mentions keeping secrets from Mama as one of them. Then she mentions her father going to her mother's friend's house for secret tea parties, and how she cleans up for her father while he's gone. And she will look at Tavrick. I can't imagine what else it could be.
He's kind of mid-sandwich bite, almost like in bewilderment at what he's hearing and how bad it sounds on paper. And he kind of gets a bit of a confused look. And he just says, did she, write it like it was bad, or did she seem excited about it? And he kind of strokes at the stubble on his chin, and he kind of like, his eyes brighten a little bit. It may be naive of me, but what if the secret tea party is what the dad tells her because he's planning surprises for his wife? I mean, who better to help a surprise party than someone who knows your partner as well as the person trying to plan it? It would be like me going to Percy or Dee Dee, for instance, if I wanted help planning a party for you. But that situation could just be a bad habit of me trying to give people the benefit of the doubt. And also me just hoping little girl doesn't have to go through something like that. Growing up without a father is rough. and he bites again into his sandwich as he finishes speaking, allowing a few moments of silence. Maybe you should talk to the kid. Ask them what the secret tea parties consist of. Maybe she cleans for her dad so the mother doesn't grow suspicious until the party. He kind of shrugs before taking the last big bite of his sandwich, stuffing it all in his mouth in one go.
She frowns at the paper, reading over it again. Maybe. She doesn't speak about it like it's a bad thing, but children tend to not understand when their parents are mistreating them. Her brow wrinkles a bit in worry, and she nods to herself, determined. I'll speak with her and her father and see if I can clear things up. It's entirely possible you're right. She doesn't mention a time frame, after all. And either way, I can't grade the assignment as is. And she will then smile at Tavrick. Thank you for the different perspective, Tavrick. And she will then note his now entirely absent food. Are you finished eating? We can go if you'd like.
Sure. We can go as soon as you're done eating yours. He looks at the half-eaten sandwich in her hands and he kind of chuckles. If these didn't come from the same chef, I'd say your sandwich was twice the size of mine with how you hold it in your hands like that. And he kind of, teased a bit. But yes, then once you're done, we can take a walk. I'm sure you're eager to get out and about. As lovely as this room is, I'm sure a change of scenery is needed. Any place in particular you wanted to go? Or maybe somewhere you wanted to shop?
She seems to, puff a little bit at this. Just, that tiny bit of, a tiny little, twitch in her eye. That's only because I take the time to chew my foods. But she does eat with more purpose anyway, as his point has been proven. And she looks around the room, kind of contemplative. It's not the staying in here all this time that's been the issue, honestly. It's the lack of mobility and purpose. That and the ungodly, annoying tingling in the middle of the night. And she will kind of fall quiet as she finishes her own meal and then tidies up her space as best as she possibly can with one arm. And she chatters at the same time as she sets items in particular places as if they have their own little designated area. If you plan by coming by tomorrow, I can ask Dahlia and Willow to bring in an extra table for you to snack and eat at. And read at, if you choose. I have some books I sorted from her office on leatherworking and rune engraving I thought you might like. She then straightens up and looks at him directly, a small but eager smile on her face. I wanted to see Trouble today, if that's all right. I owe her some cookies for all the stress I put her partner through, after all.
Upon hearing the mentioning of leatherworking and rune engraving, Tavrick's ears perks a bit. And he kind of raises an eyebrow as he kind of looks at Vaiks a little suspiciously, with playful suspicion. You're keeping tabs on me then. I didn't think I'd mentioned that I started at this blacksmith to you yet. I'm flattered. He kind of teased for a moment. I'd be happy to keep you company if you'd like. And honestly, I'd love to read up on leatherworking. And rune engraving is definitely something I'd like to do. So yes, the table would be lovely. Perhaps even an extra set of hands nearby would be beneficial to you. And yes, I'm sure Trouble would love to have a guest come visit her. But not too many cookies. She's been spoiled with too many apples as it is. Gonna have to run her extra hard to get her back into shape for work. As for the stress, you're fine, Vaiks. I'm sure Trouble knows it's no more stress than she gives to me. I'm sure she recognizes that you, help with it too. And he kind of says this as he becomes awkward for a moment and clears his throat. Anyway, I'm ready whenever you are.
Vaiks blinks at him as she's given this new information. In not necessarily confusion or more like gentle surprise.
No, I didn't know that. You were just so enthusiastic about the forge below ground. Picking out books for that interest was easy. Though that does explain why you smelled like metal shavings and polishing oil when you nearly crushed me again.
And she will collect the small box of cookies on the nightstand and nod to the simple brown cloak hung on a hook by the door frame, as she is now unable to grab anything.
Care to assist?
Oh, sorry about that. As he kind of responds to her oil and shavings comment, he walks over to the cloak and pulls it down off the hook. Of course, I'm always happy to. And he kind of gently places the cloak over her shoulders and kind of making sure it's properly covering her, ensuring it was firmly in place. Kind of pulling her braid back and setting it on the outside of the coat so it doesn't get pulled on while she's walking. And then he kind of puts on his own cloak using his free arm and reaches out to Vaiks and just says, "Shall we?" While he offers her a hand with a gentle smile.
Vaiks will look down at the small wax-coated box in her hand, then the loose sling then back at his hand, then back down at her hand, and then tucks it within the sling as if it was a secondary pocket. And then she raises an eyebrow as she takes his hand, a slight teasing smile on her face.
Are you apologizing for the first time or the second?
He chuckled for a moment before he kind of got a solemn look on his face as a hint of guilt kind of flickered in his eyes. Both. Especially this time. It wasn't fair of me to do that. I should have been more aware, especially with your injury. I'm sorry if I did hurt you. I would never mean to do that, but and he kind of turns to Vaiks as he kind of looked at her and got a teasing smile. I'm just glad to know you'll be there to catch me if I stumble.
And then we have wonderful Percival being a little gremlin in the hallway. Which, if you wish to know what he said in that moment, check out episode 31.
31.
31.
And she will then grab his hand tighter as she essentially stomps off at both Dee and Percival's pestering. And then kind of takes a breath and recalls back to what they were talking about. And looks back over at the hallway where the door is now, where they're still lingering. Gives a little frown and then works her way down the steps and says,
Well, that aside, I don't think it was particularly unfair. You were exhausted. I only hope if I ever pass out mid-delirium-induced confession, you'll give me a blanket and a pillow as well. And if it makes you feel better, I didn't mind the second time as I did the first. You are heavy in armor. So, while I'll be there, I can give no guarantee that I can catch anything. But I'll try my best.
She tries her best to like get down the stairs without actually able to hold on. Well, not only being drastically shorter than Tavrick, but also not able to grab a railing.
He chuckled a moment before his face changed. Well, I'm glad to know you'll be there. I'll be there for you to... Wait. Delirium-induced what? Before refocusing on Vaiks as she began squeezing his hand, drawing his attention back to making sure she was staying steady on the stairs. His hand just kind of hovering on the other side of her waist, not touching, just there in case she lost her balance. Easy, I got you. There's no need to rush. Trouble will be there no matter how long we take. He just kind of reassured her as he took gentle, slow steps with her. Luckily, this isn't dancing, so I think my 2 left feet will keep us both steady just fine.
She pauses kind of just midway down this set of stairs. This is the arguably longer set. Not necessarily height-wise, but more like distance across the room or across the
Longer
space.
because they're more leveled.
Yep, they're more leveled. However, that does mean that there is a greater distance to go and a lot easier way to misstep in this regard. And she will stop for a moment and say,
Well, considering you carried me as if I weighed no more than a sack of potatoes mid-skirmish, I believe I'm in wonderful hands for the enemy that is large, vaguely unlevel stairs.
and her brow will crinkle a bit as she focuses on reaching the end of this flight. Her legs still a little wobbly from lack of recent use. She hasn't really been able to walk more than maybe like 20 to 30 feet the last like 4 days, roughly, or at least 3 days. And she will sigh a tiny bit of relief once she reaches the bottom, as if it was a large endeavor.
Apologies. Turns out that even magically enhanced healing is exhausting business. Though I'll be happy to move my arm again more freely in a few days.
And she will look down at his hand, still wrapped around hers, and lifts it slightly, kind of just like to showcase it.
May I keep this still for the next set?
As he kind of diligently watches her movements as they step down the stairs, he's keeping an eye out for like unstable steps or wobbly movements. Just kind of being there, ready in case she kind of missteps.
Hovering. I believe
Hovering, yeah.
Hovering.
Correct, thank you, hovering. The thing that I do is a nurse. But yes, hovering. These stairs are surely the mightiest of foes we have faced so far. Perhaps I should carry you like we did during the previous battle too? He teased again as they both kind of reached the bottom. Still holding onto Vaiks' hand and looking down, gripping her hand in his, feeling the coolness of her hand kind of mix with his own heat. A teasing grin kind of came across his face as he takes a deep bow while holding her hand. Ah, for you, my little viceroy, this hand shall do as what you please, from battling the mighty stairs to punching that smug god in the face. Ask, and I shall do my best to accomplish that. Or, if you just want to hold hands, you could just ask that too. You know, he's kind of smiling and got a little bit of smugness to him after his teasing. Before he kind of started leading her down the next flight of steps. So, what do you think of this place, Coordinadar? Coordinadar? Coordinadar, thank you. Sorry, brain was not braining. A secret village outside our own. It's surprising no one has said anything about this place. Makes me wonder what else is being hidden just outside our homes.
When he pokes, kind of like not necessarily pokes fun, but teases. Vaiks makes a little like.
Firstly, I am not your viceroy, little or not, just your friend.
And her face is turning red at that, but she does not let go as they're moving down the next flight. Whether out of desire or necessity, hard to say. There is no railing on this set of stairs. And she will huff a little exhale.
That position belongs to Emery now.
And she will then, at that point, she kind of safely skips a step on the curve, more of out of habit over necessity, from like where this tiny little this gap is essentially much shorter from it being on a curve. And she will then look out to gaze along the trees, kind of scanning where lights, i.e. candles, have begun to ignite themselves from different places of business, different homes, as they twinkle through the tree line.
As for what I think of this place,
and there's an affection in her gaze as she looks out.
it's my home. Not much has changed, but I suppose that's the benefit of so many long-lived species in one place. People also don't leave. It's too much risk to. If they do, for their safety and everyone else's, any memory of this place is suppressed once you leave the barrier. You remember the events and feelings, but can never recall the location or specific people. Like a strange dream.
And there is a flicker of this somberness as a thought crosses her mind, before she kind of shakes it away, and looks back at her feet for clearer footing.
Yeah, sorry, I lost where we were at. There we go. He kind of gives an awkward smile for a moment as he begins to apologize. Forgive me. I just thought it was a fun nickname. I could stop if you don't like it. But this place is truly incredible and beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, it makes me sadder that it has to be hidden away like this. For the exalted to say to be in tune with nature, it seems hypocritical to want to hide or destroy this beautiful place. Makes me wonder what she's truly thinking. His face kind of grimaced at the words as he spoke them, as if the very concept kind of left him unsettled. And then he looked down at Vaiks as he kind of kept holding her hand, his curiosity piqued at her comment. Something on your mind? You seem a bit deep in thought there for a moment. Did you remember this place before arriving here?
Vaiks will shake her head almost emphatically.
No, or I never would have behaved so rudely to Diana Dare. God, sorry. Didi. At the time, I sensed she was soulless, ergo undead, and greatly powerful. Nothing more. So I acted how I felt was appropriate to keep everyone safe.
And her hand tightens around his reflectively, bitterness kind of seeping into her tone.
Before the moment Emery, AC, and I died, Nyx didn't exist anymore. That life was replaced. Every last bit of it.
And she relaxes ever so slightly.
As for what the Exalted is thinking, she wants a perfect world with no suffering. She uses that as a way to rally people like you and me to facilitate her cause. Because how can a world with no suffering be bad? But people aren't perfect, and they never will be. Suffering is just more silent. To create a perfect scenario, you must have complete control over every possible variable that could go awry. And that's what she's done. Eliminated any entity that could oppose her ideal outcome, and manipulated the minds and beliefs of the rest. She gives him kind of like a wry look and a raised eyebrow. Sound like anyone else we know?
He squeezed her hand in support as she spoke bitterly, giving a soft smile and trying to show a quiet support as she spoke. Well, I'm glad you're here, even after everything. As for whether you decide... sorry, I think I was really tired when I wrote this. It was very... I was also sick during this time, so things come across weird. I apologize. Well, I'm glad you're here, even after everything. But whether you decide to do things going forward as Vaiks or Nyx, whoever you decide, I'll be here if you need me. Then as she kind of spoke of the Exalted, his face kind of turned bitter. Yeah. Sounds like two people I know. One of which I don't know what to do with right now. His kind of face becomes a twist of anger and hurt for a moment, before he kind of has to shake his head and come back to the moment, before looking back to Vaiks, and a smile comes on his face. But I'm not worried about that right now. I'm enjoying this moment. And he kind of squeezed her hand again as they walked. He left a moment of silence again as they walked, his face clearly conveying want to ask another question, but unsure if it was worth asking.
Vaiks fills the silence after a moment or two with just idle chatter, pointing out the leather workers to their right and the brewery to the south, different species of trees and how their leaves glow different colors, the kind of like biomechanics of it. And glancing just periodically at him as she does. And eventually she falls silent before letting out a small sigh, stopping outside the stable barn as she has noticed this like almost like curiosity eating at him.
All right. Whatever questions are making a meal of your nerves, go ahead and ask them.
He's kind of like pulled back for a moment after he kind of hears her, almost not in a bad way, confront him, but kind of point out that he's clearly got something on his mind. Oh, sorry, it's not really a question. It's just, I don't know, something that's been picking at my brain. Like a tiny piece of a puzzle is missing, and it's bothering me that I don't know, but I also don't know if it's worth worrying about. And his face kind of twists in confusion as he... It makes of confusion and, like, almost like as if he was being annoying asking this. But then a mix of uncertainty as he kind of theorized with his words. It's been bothering me since we left the tower. We were sent here on a mission to investigate the area from AC. So, if he wanted us to complete this task, why did he show up? And his brow furrowed. Like, why not just do it himself? He clearly has the power to do so, and if he knows roughly where this place is at.
Vaiks bites her lip hard before she finally speaks. Paladin, is Tavrick looking at Vaiks' expression at this point, or is he like gazing out as he's contemplating?
I mean, I feel like he would be
based off of what Paladin wrote previously, even if Paladin doesn't see it and read it, I believe that Tavrick is looking at Vaiks.
Yes.
Okay.
Like he may not be directly looking. He's facing her direction. I guess is the best way to word it.
Okay.
Yes. Just say yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So okay. So. Ooh, okay.
Come on, Honor, you can do it. It's fine. Explain the expression. What is her
Can
face
I have
right now?
It is not just like nervousness, or like uncomfortability when she bites her lips, but it is like a
Guilt. Horror.
That kind of face when you feel like when you know more than you're saying. When you know the answer to a thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's that kind of face.
Okay. I didn't pick that up from the AeriFae.
And she, that's one of those of like there is a like a knowledge. There is a knowledge behind this sentence.
Tavrick, I need you to roll insight.
Okay.
And you can adjust accordingly. But yes, you're gonna roll insight.
Okay. So I think I am plus 9. Yes, plus 9. A 24.
24. There is certainty in this statement.
Yeah, she knows.
This is this is a said with certainty.
Because I was there. He wouldn't have and couldn't have appeared otherwise.
Like, it is her expression says this is not a theory, this is truth. There is a hint of like guilt in this, I will say as well. Like forlorn guilt in this. It is a bitter truth.
His face kind of becomes a mix of sadness and panicked as he kind of realizes his words has soured the mood of Vaiks. No, I didn't mean, like, I'm not accusing you or anything. I just, like, I could see how, but, and he kind of grew panicked, and then he just stopped talking, like he put his own foot in his mouth. And kind of a moment or two of silence just goes by before you hear a very just sad, sorry.
She will shake her head.
I didn't think you were. It's just a bit difficult to admit.
And she will look at him, giving his hand a little squeeze.
When teleporting to a space, it needs to be somewhere you have traveled before, or to a person you're familiar with. He didn't know where Rowan was, so I believe he was hoping he would get close enough to find it, and he could finish the job from there once we came back and scoured my memories.
And she looks kind of conflicted as she turns her gaze to the horses in the pasture past his fence. As they graze out, her eyes kind of just like follow Horsey Horse as he wanders around.
He could have left when he started to lose, and didn't. He knew he was probably walking into a trap, and went anyway. The only reason he teleported was because the assassination command glyph went off. As for why he stayed, why he came anyhow, I suppose at the end of the day, he was just a man. A foolish, fallible, prideful man.
Kind of listens and kind of nods as she spoke. What's up?
To add to this, from that like 24 insight, there's a grief here.
A
very
grief?
conflicted, yes, very conflicted grief in that last statement. Anywho, that's for you to.
I was gonna say that's probably gonna be a topic for later.
He'll just tuck that nugget into the back of his mind to discuss
Correct.
later. Pikachu.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry for bringing that up. I don't know. It all happened so fast, and kind of looks down at his free hand. He's like putting it into a fist and then letting it go, almost like relieving tension in himself. I guess I'm just second guessing myself if I made the right choice. But also, frankly, all I remember was seeing him. And after that, I don't remember. When I came to, I was soaked in his blood and angry. Like, really, really angry. And I don't ever remember being that angry before. It honestly scared me. It has been scaring me. I just don't know what to do with it. Maybe I'm just looking for an excuse. But it's on the back burner right now. And he kind of turned to Vaiks and unclenched his fist. Gotta make... I'll go make sure Trouble doesn't get too riled up for you when she sees you. I'm sure she misses the one who spoils her so much. And he kind of chuckles again and squeezes Vaik's hand a bit tighter.
Well, let us hope I don't wind up trampled.
And her gaze softens and gives his hand a reassuring squeeze to kind of hold him in place before he walks off. She is not about to let what he just said go.
By the way, as the person carrying his soul around their neck and affected directly by his sudden demise, I think you made the best decision you could. What he would have turned into, what he already had turned into, was a monster when you cut him down. In death, he has clarity and solace, and in his death, I have freedom.
She then taps her fingers gently against the back of his hand, as if kind of growing fidgety the closer they get to the stables. And she kind of, or at least closer they get to particularly Trouble's spot in the stables.
As for the anger, I know the feeling. And if you're willing to accept some not-so-experienced advice, you shouldn't run from it forever. Anger comes from a feeling of injustice, of being wronged in some way. Or so I have been told. It's okay to experience, and reasonable you felt that way towards AC. He was the embodiment of everything that you've grown to resent over the years. The stifling control, the manipulation, the monotony, the complete sham the exaltant's philosophy has been, and all the use it wrung out of you in its name.
Though, she kind of gives him a wry smile.
Perhaps I'm just projecting.
He kind of looks towards the ground a moment as she spoke before looking up straight ahead at her, and his shoulders almost like moving a bit as if they were a little lighter. Well, even if you were projecting, I appreciate you putting it into words for me. Although I also just, in his face kind of furrowed a moment. I also just wanted to beat the shit out of him for the way he treated you, like an object rather than a person. Just like this, just like that. Just like I want to do the same to Emery right now. I hate the way they both looked at you. His eyes kind of widened as he began fumbling for words, as he almost flustered himself at the sideways compliment. Well, like, that's just me. It's not like I don't like people looking at you, or more like they should. You're beautiful, and wait, it's like, only if you like being noticed for your beauty. I think you're beautiful to look at, but not like in a creepy way. I guess I'm just trying to say that when someone is good looking,
Tavrick.
mm-hmm.
I think I understand what you mean. Though I do find it a little funny you're proclaiming beauty when you don't know what I look like yet.
And she kind of like covers her, she like covers her mouth as she pulls her hand from his to laugh. And this is probably the first like proper laugh he's gotten from her.
And he blushes as he sees her giggling, kind of internally screaming, for lack of better terms. Well, that's true. But I guess the beauty I feel I see in you is different. Almost like no matter how you decide to look, I'll still find you beautiful simply because you're you. Anyway, we're here. Let me grab the apples I have stored for Trouble so you can feed her. Just make sure not to lose your good hand. She is quite eager for the apples here. She seems to like them a little too much, especially more so than the ones in the city. I'm going to have to run her back into soldier shape before things get started again, but I'm sure she knows that. So, I guess feed her as much as you'd like for now. And he kind of turns to Trouble and, like, strokes her nose, but also, like, looks at Trouble. And you behave yourself. Your friend here is a little hurt right now, so be easy on her. Or no more apples for a few days. And he kind of, like, playfully puts his fingers to his eyes and moves them back and forth between Troubles in, like, the I'm watching you kind of motion.
Vaiks, as he's like talking in the first portion, is just giving him like a quizzical look. She is not understanding his point. But her attention is very quickly diverted to Trouble as like he opens the double stable door to let her in. And Trouble gives a little like chuff and a stomp at his threat. And she rests her cheek against the horse's forehead and gives the horse's skull like an awkward one-armed hug. It is, I'm like 90% sure Trouble's head is probably like the size of her torso, honestly, because that is for me when I encounter horses. Their heads are huge and scare me, and ironically, as a player. But
I imagine Trouble would like put their head down and put it next to you for like the theatrical effect.
And she kind of like gives it like a one-armed hug. She can't use both, and she like kind of coos for essentially.
That's because Trouble has excellent taste and can tell when the bland city apples are grown by magic. Horses are incredibly intelligent with keen senses. Of course they're going to know what's better.
And she like kind of like pats Trouble's face, just like oh, what a baby. and lets go of Trouble to take the apple from Tavrick that he is offering, and then offer it herself. For Trouble, only for Trouble to curiously like snuffle and sniff through the opening of Vaiks' sling, ignoring the fruit entirely, having picked up a particular scent from Hug Time.
Oh, Trouble seems to be more interested in what you have in your sling. You wouldn't still be hiding those cookies from me in there, would you? And he kind of teased as he kind of held Trouble's nose, pulling Trouble back from Vaiks' sling. Vaiks is wounded, girl. Try not to nuzzle that side of her too hard, okay? Don't worry, she'll be able to use both hands to pet you soon, I promise. She kind of looks back at Vaiks and he smiles. I'll keep that in mind about the apples. I guess I never really stopped to notice. As far as intelligent, I'm fully aware the chaos Trouble gets herself into for her own benefit 90% of the time. You know a lot about nature. You should pursue that more if you can. I'd love to hear you tell me anything that you find interesting.
She kind of just gives him a reassuring smile.
It's all right. I have a high pain tolerance. Plus, it's been healing quickly thanks to you and Percival.
She kind of reassures him, and then she'll hold her, like an index finger to her lips, like her left index finger.
Though, don't tell on me to Didi or Percival.
And she pulls out the small container of cookies along with her arm from the sling. The motion stiff and a little clumsy, and certainly against doctor's orders.
She sniffed out these all on her own, though, so it's only right that I share.
And she'll look over the selection as she kind of unties this, holding the like bundle itself in her right hand, and untying it with her left. And then feeds one loaded with raisins and oats to the to the large horse, and then offers a shortbread butter cookie. It seems kind of like plain, pale, to Tavrick. It is also, however, like sprinkled with sugar over the top.
I know you said cookies leave a bad taste in your mouth, but a certain cat has been encouraging me to replace bitter memories with good ones, if you'd like to try with me. I don't know about pursuing nature, but I can at least do things that I find interesting, regardless.
He hesitated a long moment. He looks at the cookie, then to Vaiks, then to Vaiks' arm, then the cookie, and then back to Vaiks. And he kind of gently takes the cookie from her and drew it closer to his mouth, kind of waiting a moment to bite down, almost cautiously. He says, well, I suppose these ones aren't too bad. Plus, it is nice sharing cookies with someone you care about. And he kind of stared at the cookie deep in thought before he just kind of like quickly popped the entire thing in his mouth before chewing it. Well, when you do find something interesting, if you want someone to talk to about it, I'll be around. He said, kind of said with a smirk, and a moment or two of silence kind of passed as they both pet Tavrick. Sorry, pet Trouble. Jesus, I'm tired. I'm so sorry. I'm dyslexic. Well, because I'm dyslexic, and Trouble and Tavrick are next to each other, and I flipped them. As they both pet Trouble, Tavrick begins to make some small talk about his favorite flowers, some comments about interactions with with people about his time on the road, teasing about the first time he saw Percival and how he was stiff as a board while he looked through his cargo. And he kind of laughed as he recalled the story. And I swear, you should have seen his face when when I asked to look at his entire stock of goods in the back of his carriage. You would have thought he shit a brick. I saw some things, but at that point in my career, I started being a little lax with my reports, needless to say, and that may have been due to Luthien's influence on me. And he kind of chuckled to himself slightly. In silence, kind of filled again a moment before Tavrick kind of looked up at Vaiks and asked, "So, how are you doing? Are you preparing for going back to the city? Is there anything I can help with preparing? I mean, I can help maintain your gears and weapons before you go. I mean, I have been working at the blacksmith. Maybe we could talk to Emery before going back and look into getting you repositioned. Spin a tale about you being exposed to, if memory serves right, you were riding with me when... Sorry, I'm losing it. Maybe spin a tale about how you got exposed to, if memory serves right, you were riding with me when it happened, the flowers."
Vaiks listens to him comfortably as he talks, offering her own limitations on teleporting so often for meetings with the other viceroys and heralds, and the queasy feeling of like circle lag that she has come to call it, which would be our modern day jet lag, as there are time zones. Technically, this is a big continent. And her hands slowly and gently comb and then begin to braid Trouble's mane in small sections as they talk. And there's a small smile on her face throughout, just nice and comfortable. And she chuckles at the thought of Percival's panicked expression, and has a little internal thought at his comment regarding Luthien, but kind of just keeps it to herself. And then he brings up the city. And her hands still, and her shoulders stiffen. And the smile on her face falters for a moment before settling back in place, only this time hollow.
I am preparing as much as I can. There's going to be plenty of work to do now that AC is gone. Transferring won't be out of the question. Emery spent over 20 years preparing for the day AC died. I doubt a handful of forged documents will change that plan now that they're back.
And this behavior, like the smile, and the stiffening, and even the tone is all like very. It is not compulsory. It is, nor is it really a brave face. It's not a front. It is like an immediate numbing of whatever instance of feeling or instinct kicked in, and like a sense of resignation to the situation that she has kind of been placed in.
He kind of watched as her entire body language changed. Worried look kind of coming over his eyes as they both pet Trouble. His tone was softened and filled with genuine concern. Kind of seeing her consign herself to whatever was going on in her head and almost recognizing it, seeing a bit of what he does in this action. The numbing effect of suppressing the emotions. Vaiks, you know you can talk to me. It's just you and me here. I can see something is eating at you. I won't push, just like you've respected that boundary for me, but you've helped me a lot, and I'd like to try to help you too. So if you would like, tell me, what's going on, Vaiks? And he kind of gently takes hold of her hand while she was mid-stroke of Trouble, kind of placing it on top of hers, kind of holding it and squeezing it, giving that same reassuring squeeze they had done on their walk previously, but a little longer. as if he was trying to convey that he was there to stay and listen as long as she needed.
Vaiks stares down at their hands for a long moment, her thoughts visibly racing through her head. There's worry and dread and frustration that flit across her face throughout the silence before she squeezes her eyes tight in a wince at whatever conclusion she has reached. And her gaze remains trained at the ground as she opens them and speaks. I need you to promise me that no matter what I tell you, you will go home. You will still go back home, like you wanted to.
Tavrick hesitated a very long time, worry kind of knitting itself into his expression as it deepened. Vaiks, you're worrying me. My home will always be there. I can visit it whenever. I'm not just gonna ditch you if you need me. His hand kind of squeezes a little tighter, almost for him a little bit. Just kind of he kind of becomes tense a little bit. Yes, I want to go home. I want to see my mother and ensure she is okay after me being away for as long as I have. I promise if you'll be okay, I will go home and see her. Or I will go after I help you with whatever is going on if I can. You need to talk to me. I'm worried about you, Vaiks.
Vaiks' eyes widen in panic as he mentions asking her to promise him she'll be okay, and then adding a stipulation. And she shakes her head emphatically. No, because you'll stay. That's just the kind of man you are. But you deserve to see your mother without the state's treatment. You deserve to hear all the things she chose to forget, and she deserves to hug her son and look with clarity at the good man he grew up into. And she swallows hard, placing her bandaged hand gently over his. So please, promise me, without my well-being as a stipulation.
He hesitated a long moment, almost shocked at the revelation of his mother going through treatment. And silence filled the air for a long time as he almost became unsure what to say. Before, almost like a bunch of different thoughts came through, but this was the first one that kind of made it to his lips. But I don't want to leave you. You make it sound like I'm not gonna see you again. I'll go visit her. I'll be worried the entire time visiting her, and I don't know what I'd do if I came back and something happened to you. I'm not losing another. And his eyes kind of almost gloss over as he looks down at the floor. And he stares at it a long while at the ground beneath him. And then slowly looks up at her. Okay. I promise.
Her shoulders relax slightly, as if finding solace in those two simple words. As if there is a weight to them that is yet unknown. My job isn't like yours or Luthien's. Well, on the surface, I and others in my position are considered assistants or attendants, as the title suggests, to the Viceroy. We're really their guard dog. Sit, stay, roll over, attack. Whatever the order may be, our job is to fulfill it, or die trying.
Her tone is fairly even as she explains, as if she's describing the color of the sky. It's matter of fact.
Now that AC is gone, that chain of command goes to Emery. And Emery is not the type to leave a rabid hound off leash, especially not one that is already bit. When you boys had walked away, I asked what my new orders were meant to be. And she said in Abyssal, so only Didi and I could properly understand. Until we return to the cities, you have no official orders. So enjoy your freedom while you can. I am not so naive as Luthien to think they're speaking about the general state of the world. I hate them. And they know this. They can't smooth talk their way into making my opinion of them better, so they'll probably resort to other tactics.
And she visibly shudders at this thought.
I've been trying to think of a way to mitigate the necessity, but I'm not a good liar. And I'm an awful one, actually.
As he listened to her words, his hand squeezing tighter as she spoke, he tried to show his support, listening and trying to understand what she was saying. And there was almost when he squeezed her hand, there was a flare of anger in his eyes when he heard what Didi had said, or what Emery had said to her in Abyssal. And a gritting of teeth. And then his face saddened a bit as she finished explaining. And then he almost became resolved a bit. What if I lied for you? What if I lied, saying you had to come with me to visit my family? Help me explain things to my mother. Help me fill in gaps of what I'm sorry if you hear screaming in the background. The neighbors are acting up again. Jesus Christ, sorry, that threw me off. Help me explain things to my mother. Help me fill in the gaps of what I don't remember. Then if we have to run, I'm sure we could run back here and keep you out of reach of her, or maybe we could lie and say we were ambushed and you were killed in the scuffle. He was trying to find a solution, trying to find a fix for her. However, the more he kind of said things, the more it just sounded too convoluted, like it would never work. Or maybe if you're not looking for a solution right now. And he kind of almost like got the realization of what he was saying probably wasn't helping. He changed a little bit. And he let go of her hands and kind of put his arms outstretched. Maybe just a big hug and a good cry. I know that helped me. He kind of said with a gentle smile and understanding eyes.
Vaiks shakes her head to his suggestions.
I don't wish for you to lie for me. Far from it, nor did I tell you all this with that goal in mind. However,
she takes a step forward to rest her forehead against his chest, arms still at her side.
I will take the hug, sans the crying part.
And she takes a deep breath and exhales a small sigh as his arms rest around her shoulders, and she feels the weight there.
I will not run. to selfishly do so after everything these hands have done, and while people are still harmed by actions I and AC both facilitated. I could not live with myself. If whatever comes next is meant to be my penance for the lives I've stolen and the souls I've denied peace, then I will accept it. I'll at least take their words as they are and enjoy what freedoms I can while I'm able.
Tavrick gives her a big hug, just gently squeezing, holding her, and he kind of brings a hand up and just kind of pats the back of her head as he kind of just gives a very, like, enwrapping hug. Do you know what they'll do? I mean, surely Emery doesn't plan to get rid of you. They can't. We need you. I don't think Emery is stupid enough to get rid of you when you're a key part in keeping the other viceroys from being reincarnated. I mean, if she does, she was never on our side in the first place then, but... I guess, Vaiks, just answer one question for me. Do you believe it was really you that took their lives? Or was it a scared girl doing it because that choice was removed from them to make? Those are two very different things. I don't believe you to be the monster you think you are. And he hugged her closer as he kind of said those words. And his voice became soft, gentle, with a hint of sadness. I guess I want nothing more than to tell you everything will be okay. That all this will work out, that magically we will return and can live happily ever after. But we can't have that yet. Not for a while. But what I can tell you is that I will be here for you until we get there. I'm not going to stand idly by and let you take some stupid punishment you don't deserve. He gave her one big glass squeeze as he kind of finished speaking, for taking a deep breath and kind of trying to make a light-hearted joke to alleviate some of the seriousness. And as far as you taking advantage of your freedom, there's something you've always wanted to do, to try, that you might not have been able to do in the cities. I could even do it with you, if you're afraid, or if you need the help to do it. Think of it as a celebration for your full recovery. He kind of awkwardly chuckles to himself, still kind of hugging and holding on to Vaiks. And just kind of hugging her until she was ready to let go.
Vaiks shakes her head at his kind of first part and moves back slightly with an almost like rueful look to the side. Not enough to break break the hug itself quite yet. Just enough to be like visible, or her expression to be visible.
To answer your first question, whether I like it or not, I was created, raised, and trained with the purpose of sending living beings to my mother. Permanently, and in many ways prematurely. All while being half a breath away from undeath. If you hadn't noticed the whole ghost thing. Not exactly fully alive. I'm sure Percival would agree that death is unable to make anything alive that isn't a monster in some way. All AC and Emery did was exploit what was already there. As for your second question,
and she kind of fidgets with the tie of her sling as she steps back out of his reach, looking kind of like embarrassed on this second part.
It's a ridiculous request, but I would like to pet a dog. Once would be enough.
Tavrick kind of hesitates a moment, and he kind of steps forward to kind of help Vaiks tie her sling back, making sure it was snugly in place before he kind of raises an eyebrow and crosses his arms as he looks at Vaiks, kind of taking like a half a step back to give her some more space. You know, it's odd because I don't think a monster wearing a sling is very terrifying, nor do I think I've ever seen it in any of the books that I've read. He kind of smiled and teased her a little bit. He began to laugh a bit to himself. Also, a dog? That's surprising. I for sure thought you'd be more of a cat person. I'm sure Dee Dee knows where one is. Plus, if there isn't one here, my mother does have a dog I got for her to keep company while I'm gone. So if we're ever in the area, I'm sure my mother would love to have new company and for Biscuit to have a new playmate. One that can hopefully keep up with their energy and love of playtime. He kind of smiles playfully as he reaches back into the bag to give another apple to Trouble.
She kind of just huffs a little once more at his teasing.
And say, I'll have you know, monsters can get hurt just like anybody else. And, well, I would like to pet a cat. They normally run away, unlike dogs. Though I wouldn't oppose to petting a cat either.
And she'll kind of use that opportunity to tuck away her little box of cookies and like kind of like scooch away from where Trouble's still trying to like snuffle at her supply.
Make me a perception check.
Who?
Who?
Both of you?
Oh.
Ah!
I swear to God, if there's a fox there, Bam, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
22?
Oh, a moment, I gotta open up my sheet. Perception.
And he's been here the whole
24?
time.
Motherfucker, you're joking.
He is joking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
24?
Yeah, you both kind of notice Menu's tail flick from around the corner when you glance towards the entrance. When you mention the cat.
Speak of the devil and ye shall appear.
She just like stares at where his tail is like flicking in and out of the doorway.
I think Tavrick is going to you know, I do know actually a couple cats that you could pet. I mean, there's the one at the blacksmith. Their name was. Hang on, I have it here written in my notes. One moment, I gotta check because I don't
come
remember
on,
the name.
don't you know his name? You're the one who cracked the
Bobby.
tail. Damn it,
Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. I mean, I do know there's one cat, Bobby. He's at the blacksmith. So if you want to drop off your weapons sometime and I can maintenance them, I'm sure Bobby will be around for you to pet. Though the only other cat I can think of is Mindu, but I'm not sure how much he would appreciate being pet. Especially while he listens into conversations.
Nothing. Horses chuffing and eating and kicking and stomping. Manu says nothing.
I don't believe that anthropomorphic cats count under this scenario. Though nosy they may be.
I hear Bread cracking up from out in the living room. I hear her cackling in the distance.
And she kind of just like coughs into her like into her left fist.
Anyway, unrelated question.
And she points to the corner of the stable.
Why is your bedroll here?
Anyway, I think our visiting time with Trouble is done here.
Mindu peers
I'm
his
going
head
to
over, peers the top of his nose over the edge of the stall that he was working in and says, "What is your mental
Don't
health?"
you dare say shush.
And he is full face smirking. He has had a bed the entire time.
I will get the
He has not
hose.
slept here the entire time.
I will get the hose, Mindu. I
I
swear
also
to the
happens
gods.
to be here because I am also tending to the horses. You just happen to come when I happen to be here. Have you met Buttercup?
Yes, I've met Buttercup. I work here. He's like pinching the bridge of his nose.
He'd be good for you if you wanted to get a ride in, Vaiks.
I can't say that I've met Buttercup quite yet. She might have been before my time.
And she kind of like peeks over. She's like on her tippy toes, just trying to pull herself up to peek at the horse where the barrier is.
Mindu opens the gate and pulls out a beautiful young horse. Young. She's maybe a yearling, maybe 2. As young as Trouble was when Tavrick got her. And she's a beautiful, like, color of butter, color of melted butter.
Yeah, like a goldenly yellow.
Mm-hmm. And she is already bridled and saddled and ready to go.
Oh my god, are we about to go on a horse riding date?
Says,
Oh, she is precious. Though I don't think I've been cleared for horse riding yet.
She looks like kind of conflicted.
Mindu holds her lead and leans against the edge of the wall and says, I don't think anyone has the right to argue when I say that you can go for a ride. Besides, it will be slow and you will have a professional at your side. And he looks at Tavrick, daring him to challenge what he has just said.
Did you guys hear that?
Nope. Ignore it.
Oh, okay. Tavrick will... Do you guys know the suspicious chicken gif?
Oh yeah, the one that's slightly scrolled upward.
Just that's the look that Tavrick is giving Mindu right now.
It's like a stare and then a squint.
We do. Vaiks, do you feel up for a ride? If you would like, I'd be happy to take you on a ride.
Besides, she needs the fresh air, and he looks at you. Vaiks. Isn't that right, Wildflower?
My God, may I wisdom saving throw for Horse Girl over actually knowing her proper limits?
Yes! You may!
Thank you.
May I roll for Horse Girl over knowing her limits?
Horse Girl win!
So roll for Horse Girl was a natural 2. Yeah, okay, alright. She will stare at Buttercup, then stare at Tavrick, then stare at Trouble, and then like lean over to Trouble and like give Trouble a tiny little kiss and be like,
This is not cheating. We're making a new friend.
I don't know, Trouble. I think she might have found a new favorite.
And she'll like kind of scurry over to Buttercup, and then stop. And then look around at the stable and be like,
we came here for you to do your work, though.
The work has been done. I don't know what he thinks he needs to do. There are plenty of people here used to doing the work without him present. We are perfectly capable.
God, this is how you know it is a fantasy world. All the stalls are properly staffed with people. Nobody has to work overtime. This is a fantasy land.
It is also a community, so I'm sure once Mindu told somebody that you were working at the forge, they had somebody else take over what you had taken over.
Yep.
Praise the Exalted? The Exalted has no power here!
Oh, Brab, Brab is stepping out.
Bishop Praise the Exalted in chat.
I can't believe it. Brad is stepping out during her ship sailing. That's crazy.
Well, they're now going to ride off into the metaphorical sunset until the next encounter.
Yep, they are going to go on their little horseback ride since Mindu has prepared a fresh mount for a little Vaiks and is going to help her onto the horse.
Can I roll to... Can I get a sense to know if this is Vaiks maybe pushing herself a little bit?
You would be doing so at disadvantage.
Sure. What am I rolling specifically?
Insight,
Medicine?
medicine.
Insight? I'll do insight. Because that would be... Hey, Vaiks. You want to do the honor?
Yeah? Thank you!
Hey, thank you.
No problem.
13 plus 9.
If you did it slow, you'd be okay.
Okay. Alright.
Only for a little while. It's actually probably safer for her than walking.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It is far less laborious than walking
Mm-hmm.
in this capacity.
Here, let me help you up, and he'll kind of like give her an extra hand to help her get up onto Buttercup.
And Mindu will
Now,
pass the reins to Tavrick, and he will go prepare trouble while you help Vaiks for a moment. And
okay, now actually... We'll fade to black there.
Mm-hmm.
They go on their horse riding date.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. The last thing you hear as the scene fades out is, now we're going to go slow. If you want to move them quicker, you do this, but you're not going to do that.
I have ridden a horse before, Tavrick.
I know, but just let me be worried.
End scene.
Dear God, guys. An hour and a half.
Hey, don't worry about it.
To be fair,
long time coming, though.
Yeah. To be fair, that was also like... We kept it going after the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So... that... And also, we typed a lot, and also, I couldn't respond. It could have been longer, but life happened.
No, it paced itself perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, we got some info. We got little tidbits of stuff. You got informed that your mother remembers things, and you need to talk to her pronto, and explains why Vaiks has been so emphatic on you going home.
I'm hoping you picked up on something that I did, but I don't know.
I'm uncertain. I'm an idiot sometimes.
You
anyway,
put a lot of things on the plate, buddy. But if it's if it's anything to do with Vaiks going with him, yeah, we got it.
No. I'll DM
yeah. Damn God.
All right, and so we will go to Percival. What you doing after they left?
Finishing whatever chapter or page he was reading in the tome.
Got quite a bit of time to.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of time to read.
So he's been reading on his off time most of the time. Just now that, so probably like a few hours after they've gone, or however long they were away, he would sort of... Is Edie still in the room with him?
She was reading a book.
he would close his own book and place it down. Dee Dee, I have a question.
Her eyebrows raised, but her eyes never leave the book she is reading.
From what I remember on our first time being here, you mentioned that during our stay we would have to find certain ways of assisting or jobs and help. And now that Vaiks
She
is
smiles.
better healed, I was wondering if there was an alchemist in town or something.
Oh, absolutely.
Would you think they would assistance or me using their facilities to restock and remake some things?
Well, do you want the alchemist or do you want the herbologist? Though realistically, I guess they're kind of the same thing with how your thing works.
I could forage my own herbs. I don't want to take so alchemist. Probably.
Well, the alchemist specializes in shifting the nature of things, and the herbologist is the one that does the actual nature of things. To source most herbs, you would have to either go into the forest or go onto the herbologist's property. There is quite a distinction, and then you'd be able to work in either workshop, I'm certain, especially since you have put in most of the work and saved us all the trouble when it comes to saving little Nix's arm.
Whatever one has a spot, I suppose.
You
I
want to
didn't
toss
know
a coin on
exactly.
it, or do you want to just tour both and see which you prefer?
I could take a day to tour both. They just need to know where they were located.
She closes her book, drops her feet from the table to the floor, and stands up. Well, I suppose, she'll look out the window for a moment, gauging where the sun is in the sky. I can at least show you the facilities before dinner is gathered, and we can eat with the community tonight, and then you can make your decision by morning.
That would be fantastic, as he also stands, the Book of Shadows kind of just lazily dragging off of the desk and landing next to his hip.
And as the two of you begin to walk to leave the space, she will sort of smirk and look at you for a second, say, also, I think right about now, since it's been, maybe about an hour since they left, I'll have you know that I put Mindu up to a little, fun. And
Motherfucker.
Nyx will be fine, but we're going to coerce him into going on horseback so that we don't strain her legs quite so much today.
That sounds fair.
Plus, what she
I'm glad
doesn't
they
like
are
to
on a walk.
admit, ever since she was a small girl, she has been obsessed with horses. So, it's just a matter of if she remembers.
That does check out, considering her and Tavrick spent nearly 2 hours shopping for materials before we arrived and started coming our way here in one of the cities.
Oh, did she now? Yep.
Oh, yes, they did.
Sounds just like my little flower. Well, alright. Well, we pass the alchemist first, and then we can go to the herbologist afterwards. The alchemist primarily has finished product more so than actual herbs. And then,
They don't have any stations, I suppose would be the word, or...
they have one little workshop. Let's let's go take a look first, and then you can make your assessment. But you city folk sure do it different than we do, so. And she
My
will
skill
lead
set is
you-
more academic.
Yeah. She will lead you from her home to the alchemist, which you will find is a surprisingly short walk.
Uh-huh.
Oh god, wait, what'd I do with my thing? I gotta remember who I put where.
The NPC notepad is being pulled out right now.
Yes, it is! I got something for everything now. I just gotta find it in my list.
The juxtaposition of 2 hours of shipping and Percy going to a job site to look out is really funny to me, by the way.
It is actively hilarious. Ah, yes, cute things and serious talks. Employment.
Hey, I want to work.
Well, I mean, to him, he's been seeing Vaiks work like last 2 days. Like she didn't stop. Kid's a workaholic.
Oh, why is that so funny to me?
Don't tell me it's a blue tiefling.
Oh my god, that'd be so funny.
Oh my god!
Manifest it. Make it a tiefling. Manifest a tiefling. It's not your dad. It's not your dad.
And as you enter this alchemist shop, behind one of the tables, shifting a shimmering potion around in a bottle, you see she's not young, but she's not old. But she is a blue tiefling named Arias.
It's your mom! Surprise!
Most of her
It's
head
your pseudo-mom.
Oh no, this is where it gets good. Most of her head is shaved. Most of it,
Roll for
except
mom.
for a we'll say candy pink mohawk between her horns. It's short mohawk. And she looks at you with violet eyes.
Is she wearing really massive Benjamin Franklin glasses and her eyes are just enlarged by them?
No.
Jeez, that'd be so fucking funny. Aww.
It would be funny, but no.
The grandma glasses.
Yep. It would be funny, but no. And she does have a small piece of metal shoved through her, well, it's your right, her left eyebrow. As she looks up from this bottle, sees you, and then sees Dee Dee and breaks into a wicked smile, well, hi, Dee Dee. What, brings you in with this charming young man? Does Percy say or do anything? As this
I think
tiefling is also wearing, technically, just plain clothes and an apron to guard those clothing. Weathered leather apron, by the way.
Okay. I think at the excitement of, because I asked a couple sessions ago, by a couple I mean probably 10, if other tieflings do exist, and my response was sort of yes, but never really Percy colored.
Mm-hmm.
So Percy seeing a blue tiefling, there is an undeniable extra wag to his tail. At just the idea of oh my god, you look like me.
Oh my god, you say I'm the golden retriever?
Listen, pork boy.
Listen, there would be
Yes.
tail wagging all across the board if there were tails to wag.
Yes, tiefling retriever. Oh, shut up. Sorry.
If Dee Dee does not introduce him, though, he will introduce himself.
Let me do her insight. She just gives a small smile, looks at you, and then basically nods for you to go ahead.
Hi, I'm Percival Sellerman. It's a pleasure. I asked Edie to show me around alchemist and herbalist shop, as I don't want to be spending all of my time here taking up space in their home.
She'll cross her arms after she sets the potion down. Alchemy and herbology, you say?
Yeah, there's not much else that I could really do with my skill set, so...
Oh, and that skill set, what do you specialize in?
Potion making, healing salves, medicine mostly, a couple pet projects.
Oh. She'll put a hand on the table and lean forward, just like a sparkle in her eyes, says, and what are these pet projects?
Not... Oh. How does he allude to making drugs normally?
I mean, he'd probably think they're legal here.
Mood enhancers, I suppose? Or experience boosters are some of the other ones.
Sort of cocks her head to the side. Mood enhancers? Experience boosters. Are you attempting to say mind-altering substances? Taking
Yes,
nature to shift one's perspective, as the limited mind openers would allude to. What do you call yours? And what does it do?
It's a Neverland serum, and I originally thought that it just gives you a very good time for a certain amount of hours of almost pure bliss, but I have recently found an unintentional side effect of it also being a sort of bridge to God communing.
What? As she has both hands on the table leaning forward, more forward very excitedly, and Dee Dee breaks into a laugh behind you and says, Arias, I need you to calm down, sweetheart. It's like, but, he figured out how to... Yes, he figured out how to talk to him. You're right, but it works in a weird way that certain folks don't experience if they don't dream. It's like, but, no. No. You'll have to tell me about it after you see everything then, I guess.
I would be more than happy to ramble at you about my inventions, I suppose.
Well, come on back. And she will walk right from the table and gesture for you to follow her into the next room over, because the primary shop space is pretty empty aside from a few tables here and there, as if they sort of treat it like a bar for when things are needed. And as you follow her behind the counter and behind through the door, you will find quite the... what Dee Dee understated, to put it lightly. Because the rest of this building is filled with massive collections of a variety of not just potions and salves and things, and also some other brewings, but it is actual alchemy. It is turning one element into another. It's different stations of conversion and scientific discovery in a world where magic is prevalent. So, it's a big space with a lot of glass and a lot of liquid and a lot of other different things like dust and stone and stuff. And quite the workstation. It would actually remind you of the Alchemist Guild.
Oh, okay. My God. This is quite the place to work.
Well, I mean, if I'm going to spend all of my time dedicated to this craft, I may as well have the space that DD has allowed me to have for me to actually specialize in actually, maximizing the abilities and the effects of everything that I'm researching and crafting. And we don't exactly work on a lot of the older styles of trade and whatnot, so it's pretty easy to get my hands on everything that I need and resource by going out into the forest, because I do have a free pass from DD. She just keeps fucking rambling until DD claps a hand over her mouth and says, "Arise." Oh, anyways, yes. Welcome to my shop.
Thank you.
I love this for you already.
And they were
I think he's
coworkers.
kind of just. If word gets out, I'm expecting everything from the both of them. By the way, but Percy is more so kind of like inspecting the room and taking in like all of the different potions and the stones and seeing kind of something that's adjacent to his craft, but also not something that he's fully dedicated himself to.
Uh-huh.
And is sort of bewildered at the new kind of information. Because I imagine that, like, the Alchemy Guild is very uniform and fitted. Like, these are the things that we know, these are the things that we're working on. You don't get to see the experiments.
Right.
Whereas this is like your backyard garage mad scientist vibe of everything is kind of in motion. There's some discarded or failed unclean vials, and so he's just kind of absorbing the room to take in anything.
Oh yeah,
and if he recognizes something, he's going to cling to it. And
right up his alley.
Oh yeah.
Dee will, after Arias takes a breath, looks around the room and says, "Okay, so were you looking for a particular type of thing to work on, or were you just sort of getting a feel for things, or?" And Dee will nudge you forward, Percy, and say, "Why don't you take a look around? See if there's anything that looks familiar that you would like to either assist with, or if you would like to claim a clean station within the space to try to experiment on other things. Or if there's knowledge that the two of you could share, I'm sure that Arias would love that as well."
I would be delighted to share.
While you're saying this, Arias is like hands clenched, like trying not to burst out into a whole bunch of words at the same time, and you can hear this very minute like scree of breath leaving her lungs, like she's containing a steaming kettle of just excitement inside of her.
Or he would still continue with the thought and I would be delighted to share. I will admit I am sort of here on half and half of business and personal task. I've recently experienced applying medicine to an extreme wound that wasn't entirely pleasant for the patient, and was hoping to use one of your stations to make something of a numbing agent if something like that happens again.
Wait. What kind of injury was it, though? That's going to be the important part before we... Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Did Dee Dee never brings anybody... Okay. What kind of injury was it? And Dee Dee just says, a bird. Oh.
An extreme burn.
Yeah. Okay. So the only problem with burns is that typically most numbing agents use heat to activate chemically to make it where they don't feel the sensations, because the nerves are just basically on fire all the time to the point where you just can't feel it anymore. But the problem with burns is that kind of doesn't stop. They just kind of keep going. So any of the things that we've discovered wouldn't quite work unless you figure out how to master the alchemy of turning that heat into an icy impact. But I think most commonly there's a different plant that used to be found in the desert that you could just turn into a balming agent instead, to just cools it down so it's not as hot, because that's the downfall of burns, is that they do keep burning, and so it just keeps hurting, and our numbing agents don't exactly work with that. And Arias, yes, sorry, over here, and she'll lead you to where she has some clove extract boiling.
Hang on, wait, do I need to bring up my herb list right now?
Over here. The closest I have is clove, but if we pull from any of the old archives, we could probably find information about the plant that I'm thinking about that might work, but I read about it like 100 years ago, so I don't remember.
Well, if my sort of numbing agent didn't work out, I was going to make another one of those mind-altering potions to try and do something of the same with a recently acquired plant. Do you know anything about Solson blooms?
Oh, that flower's only maybe like 20 years old. But I know a little bit. It's sort of an interesting thing. And I, as GM, are going to say, give me just a moment so I can get my cats to stop yelling at the door by letting them into the room, please. Please hold.
I think I found a new ship that I'm ready to sail.
See, now hang on, guys.
Boys!
I'm getting baited hard here, okay? So...
Sure.
Okay, what I missed?
If it's on
Don't
the
worry,
hook,
Percy, she'll
just
pick
go
up the
ahead and
branches for
bite.
you.
It's on the hook. Just bite already.
Do it. Come on.
Do it. Do it.
Let
Then you'll have a
Percy
reason
have
to
a
come
little
back.
bit of
Oh my
fun.
god. Yeah, let Percy
Let him
experience
have a little
happiness.
bit of fun.
Oh my god, and they
Yes.
were roommates.
My god, they're
Oh my
coworkers.
God.
Hey, we already
Not my
have one
side, demon
coworkers.
boy.
We already have one coworkers to Lover's Ship going. Why not another?
Wait, what?
Tavrick and Vaiks?
You.
They're both
Oh,
guards.
that's right, we're coworkers.
Yeah, dumb.
Wow.
In fact, Vaiks was your superior until, like, getting to the court.
Oh, that's right, she fired me, didn't she? I forgot about that.
Oh my god.
Twice, technically.
Twice, that's right.
Anyways,
Oh.
so she has led you over to where she had clove boiling, and you were talking about mind-altering substances, and Dee Dee is
I was asking what they knew about Solson blooms.
Yes,
And
that.
if they don't really give a proper response, he will extrapolate on the idea.
You can see she is thinking, like she doesn't quite... The name doesn't sound... While she gave her answer, it's one of those where, like, they call it a different name. And after a moment of letting her try to think, Dee Dee just goes, "You are right, it is one of the ones that came out in the last 20 years. Though it's been more like 5, and it's the ones that guide the path." It's like, "Oh, right, those! So, they're really good for sleeping drafts, and realistically, if you want someone to forget something and you boil it the right way, they can forget a few recent hours, or sometimes if you do it the wrong way, they can forget their entire life."
Yeah, I figured that would be one of their applications. But
It's
there were
also
two
really good for a
variants.
dreamless sleep if you're trying to eliminate nightmares and someone's having trouble sleeping. And if you take the leaves without the pollen, you can actually make a really weird tea. Not for the sleeping effect, but for, how to describe? Dee Dee, how did you describe it? What happened to Allura? It was so strange. And Dee Dee just sort of places a palm on her face and just says, "Well, when you made it into a tea with just the petals, fortunately because Allura has the constitution of a goddamn ops, she was fine, but it has the ability to force you to vomit the stomach contents quite easily. And good for if you are dealing with poison or food illness, stuff like that."
Did you use both variants for either of these, or just the one?
Oh, just the one. The other one we don't call that. We don't call them that anyways. What did you call it?
What Solson blooms is what I know it as.
Oh. Well, we've only been calling the 4-petal a daylily, and the other one has been the sleeping lily.
Then they're the daylily and the sleeping lily. It's better for me to know that I can differentiate them verbally than just saying variant 1 or 2.
Yeah, no, they've both been, they're so similar, but they're so different when you actually look at their composition and how they're actually like growing and where they're growing. And it's very rare when they do grow together, but when they do grow together, it's usually because of the soil that's underneath them. And then Dee Dee just sticks a finger on her lips and says, "You're doing it again."
She wrinkles so much.
But yes, I have researched them. I've researched both. The daylily is the one that's safe. The sleeping lily is the one that you were, the memories and the sleeping, and it's pretty obvious. It does what it does.
Yes. Kind of like he does agree, but he's also sort of staring straight through like everything in front of him.
Have you had a bad experience with it?
Well, the whole reason that my party sort of found this place was because we were sent to investigate these flowers, and one of my members got a very first-on experience with the night variant, I believe.
The sleeping lily.
And sleeping lily. And was in a coma for almost 3 days, and then when we finally made an antidote to wake him up, he didn't remember anything, and it was not a fun time.
Oh. Do you not know how to make a memory salve? Or, well, tincture, rather.
I didn't know. I don't, actually.
Oh. And she will move away very quickly to a wall of a variety of vials and bottles, and then just start shuffling while muttering to herself, and Dee Dee just says, "Give her a minute. She's a genius even if she just runs her mouth all the damn time. Just give her a minute."
I understand organized chaos, believe me.
It's the fact that chat can't see.
Like massive.
No, go ahead and say it, guys. You got a second to say it.
All right. Who wants to go first? We got a lot of chat.
There are memory selves, and this is not information that we would have had.
Anyway, no one asked. Once again, that's how Fae work. Anyway, I want to know what what the fuck did I get given for my night times? What the fuck did I consume? What did I drink? Also, this woman is 100% where Nick's little child Nick's got her yappage from. Because holy fuck, that's
absolutely.
just awesome.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no way. There's no way they didn't. Not a chance.
You gonna tell chat that you're mine? You don't belong to
Paladin
anybody else?
proposing to let the autistic explain the pretty tiefling autistic explain their hyperfixation, and to and to continue. And everyone else is a what?
A what?
A what?
A what? A
Huh?
what?
You want me to again?
A what?
I'm sorry, can you give me a minute? Alan.
We're
so fucked.
We're so totally fucked.
Oh, yeah.
God,
It's
well,
fine.
we know
It'll be fine.
we know what Luthien's gonna have fun with.
And after a moment, she pulls a very tiny bottle out of this mass collection of vials, and she says, "Aha! I found it!" And then she'll spin around back to you, be like, "So the way this works is, well, we primarily develop for when folks hit their heads when they are, logging or hunting or going into the mountains for stupid things that they really don't actually need because they're not the ones who are supposed to be out there, or, people doing people things that aren't, like, safe and inside of the environment of a workshop that's very well cultivated and inside of the walls of safety. They bump their head a little too hard, or they drink something the wrong way, or they have a run-in with a Solson Blossom, as you called it, or a Sleeping Lily, as I call it. And they forget a day, an hour, or, 200 years in the matter of an instance. All this does is it runs through the brain inside of each of their little heads and reconnects all of the firing neurons and vessels that might have gotten damaged inside of that, and reinforces them so that the brain works the way that it's supposed to, so that they can remember.
And what did you use to make this thing? That sounds incredible.
Well, it's kind of hard to get, and it's also definitely advanced alchemy. She looks at Dee Dee and says, "How advanced are they out there again?" Not nearly as advanced as whatever the fuck you have developed in here. And she just looks like, for being as old as Dee Dee is, the fact that she is sort of halfway taken aback by the lack of knowledge that you carry in this moment, Percy, states volumes. So while others would look at this town and see that it is basic and primitive and underdeveloped, Dee Dee acknowledges that the science here is far more advanced than what you have in Crescent Heart.
I guess my knowledge is pretty limited, or more limited than I originally assumed.
Well, you're also... She tilts her head, looking you up and down. How old?
Let me remember his age. Fuck me. Dead middle of my 20s.
He's like 24.
Yeah.
Right.
22.
I kind of have, like, 240 years of advancement on you.
Yeah, let me roll real quick. Yeah, that's a 6. He's like stun locked. Like, he kind of walked in here being like, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm doing. I'm experienced. I'm a savant, you know? I was prepped and I have a knack for this kind of shit. And it's like 200 years of experience, and his whole body is like, you are not nothing right now. You don't know anything.
Well, you see, the thing is, that 240 years is unlimited, as opposed to the society that you live in that I have been told all about the limitations on. I am so sorry, you poor gentleman. But your research is unlimited in here. While you have the time, you're welcome to come in here and explore as much as you want. And if you want to know any of my recipes, I can give you as many as Dee Dee will allow me to give you. But we also want to be technically careful because some of the things that I've discovered shouldn't get back over there, or else they're going to be suspicious and be like, where the fuck did you get this knowledge? And we're trying not to get caught.
Right. Yeah, I will gladly accept any knowledge that you feel would be safe to share with me. But I don't want to put anyone here in any kind of danger for when we do go back to outside of the court. So
how good's your memory? How good's your memory?
It's pretty good.
So you could potentially memorize things instead of having to write them down?
I work wonders in repetitive actions and movements, so yes, I could probably memorize just by muscle alone how to make things. Shut the fuck up! My hand is yours to command over there.
Repetitive actions, you say, with limited time. And she'll look at Dee Dee, sort of asking an unspoken question, and Dee Dee just, not today, tomorrow. He's getting a lay of the land today, tomorrow. And if you're going to be exploring anything, you best have the follow-up ready. Dee Dee, you know that I will. You know that if I'm going to give him anything to make his mind move faster, that I'm definitely going to be prepared for the crash out that follows. We're ready. Are you ready? And she'll look at Percy. Are you ready? Do you want
make my mind move faster?
Yes. How else do you think we get so much progress done?
I think she's proposing math, guys.
I think this is the moment that Percy is like, can I get an insight check from PD?
TikTok says, kids, that is the drug speed. Do not try it at home.
I'll take an insight check from Dee, but I think Percy, at the proposition of being able to have his mind move 9 times faster, or however times faster, to gain more knowledge in a short amount of time, his decision's pretty set.
Great. Just know that if you do decide to commit to this and to coming in and learning from me tomorrow or any other days that follow, that you're probably better off just trying to sleep here as well. I have a spare room if it makes you feel better.
I think she's asking you to spend the night, Percival.
Wow, not only are you learning fast, you're developing fast too.
Wow. This ship really is sailing much quicker than Vaiks and Tavrick. Wonder how that happened.
It's alright.
No.
You have limited time.
Aries trying to make up for lost time.
Yeah, you got a speed run. Come on.
You have limited time. Luckily,
Work faster,
you're
romance
a fast worker.
Guys, this is just two academics learning stuff and figuring it out. I don't know what's going
And they were research partners.
Oh my god, and they were research partners and lab mates, and oh my gosh, they were roommates.
Percy's response to that is just, I could definitely work with that.
Oh, lords, here we go again. All right, well, you've gotten a tour of the main facilities. Let's go check out the herbologist and see what else you need from there before you get committed and lost in the ways of Arias. Arias, I swear to the gods, if you do not slow your ass down for the day and come to dinner, and Dee Dee just sort of gives her a stern mom look. Dinner. Clean up your mess. Dinner. And then you can talk to him over dinner about anything you want to talk to him about. She's like, yes, ma'am. And gives a strange salute where she just sort of takes her first two fingers, touches it to her nose, and just said it. You know how people do the salute to their eyebrow, but she does it from her nose out instead?
Yep.
Dinner. I'll clean up and I'll get to dinner. I can't wait to tell you all about it. Oh, wait, what was your name?
Percival.
Right.
Or
Percival. And Dee Dee
Stalker
just
unlocked.
groans.
I mean, NPC unlocked.
Dee Dee just groans and goes, Percy. His name is Percy, and if I catch you calling him Percival... No, Percy. Percy it is. Percy. Hi, Percy. You can call me, Ari. Or Arias.
Well, you're taking my short name, I'm taking your short name. So, Ari, it's a pleasure.
I suppose I'll see you at dinner.
Can't wait.
Paladin, I will skin you alive.
I'm not gonna lie though, I thought that was
Suspicious.
intentional, especially with the name. I'm
Chicken
just saying,
dip.
I felt it immediately.
I'm gonna skin you alive. Yes, it is wrong.
They were just roommates, Your Honor.
So to give a good old salute to chat, we got wow. Wow. And now you're going to dinner with her first too? And then TikTok interjected with, only I can call him Percival.
I think we have a DMPC, guys.
No, we do not.
No, we have a very likable little silly tiefling that I am not ready to meet.
With piercing.
I'm not ready to meet.
Okay.
Hey, I don't know. I do not know if she remembers Tiny Nicks.
Look, all I'm saying is we do know Bam likes him a little older.
We're gonna take a break.
Oh my god.
Oh, shut up. We're going on break.
I can't not draw the similarities. I'm sorry.
We'll see you in a moment, folks.
You're gonna make
And then nobody else had anything for day 5 right now, so.
Nope. It's all day 6.
Day 5 can be done in text. Because Luthien is a special case anyways. I'm
Okay, I'm back. Oh.
You all good?
Welcome back.
I had so many people messaging me.
We missed you. Sorry.
If that doesn't tell you you're wanted, I don't know what will.
I thought I was done for the day. I thought Tavrick's like.
Oh, we were just saying if you want to.
miss-
If you don't like missing things, so if you don't want to miss anything, come back.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I didn't mind.
We
don't. Okay.
Consider it because last time you were worried we missed stuff.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
Alright.
Anyway, we missed you. Also, who says you're done? What if you get ambushed by something?
Goody. Free up my weekends. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. We literally just said that we were going to have a little training montage and you might suffer emotional damage. What the hell do you mean you're done?
Wait, actually?
Hey, why not?
Maybe, I
I
don't know.
thought. Wait,
I don't know the
We'll
plan.
see.
what day are we on?
5 technically.
Apparently,
and
the
6.
training montage pissed off the ghosts in my house, so I think that that's a no-go.
Huh?
I am sitting in a rave.
Hey, if they don't want training
Again.
montage, then they shouldn't training montage. They should train harder.
Maybe they're just excited about the training montage.
Oh, maybe he wants to rave. They want to rave about the training montage. Turn off the lights if you want training montage.
Is it a button on your remote that does it?
Yes!
No, Paladin. It's ghosts.
Do you
There's a
accidentally
button
bump the
on my
button?
remote! But my remote sits here on my desk all day and I don't touch it unless the ghosts touch it!
Ghosts, do it again to see if you want a training montage. I mean, like...
Yeah. Do you want emotional damage from Tavrick? Yeah, just let us know.
Can I have a day off, please?
Yeah.
I guess I'm just going to leave my camera on so that you guys can see if the ghosts decide to make it a rave again.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ghost,
if you would like to.
you ain't shit.
Well, I don't
You
know if
won't
they
do
can
it
hear
again,
me.
No
Don't do that.
balls.
What if you ask
I would do
Dragon?
that.
Do you want the emotional damage training montage? If yes, rave. If no, leave.
10, 9,
No rave?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep, no rave.
Lift off.
All right, no rave. All right, you
Not
live
happening.
for today.
Okay. As Percy and Dee Dee make their way from the alchemist at the south end of the tree across the residential plains towards the forest, you will pass by a couple of different buildings and she will point them out to you before you get to the herbologist, because they're so closely tied together anyways. As she points out the acolyte's quarters, the arborist behind it, and then the herbologist once you get there. Do you have any questions regarding the others before you get to the herbologist?
Well, you know what? No, because I just have things that I need to Google, because...
Acolytes, says that she just, when she points out the arborist is the tree people.
Thank you. I knew that word, I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
People who grow trees, yeah, cultivate and grow trees.
Yeah, tree people.
Fruit trees are very often with that one.
And then the acolytes' quarters is where the people who keep the temples going can stay. They have a choice to stay in either. Mm-hmm. All right. And you enter a much smaller building, a much smaller space that smells very earthy, very natural, and you very much recognize smells similar to your own shop in Pearl Peak. And there are an array of herbs in jars, in potion bottles, in vials, in bundles, across various tables and shelves, and in baskets as a whole. All neatly labeled in front of them if they are for sale / trade, or if they are medicinal in nature. And sitting at a table in the corner, writing very neatly into a book, is a young tabaxi. In a dress. Similar, but not the same as Mendu. As she's a little bit more of a sandy color than a white color. With dark-tipped ears. And a dark-tipped tail. And Dee Dee holds the door open for you. A little bell chiming as you enter.
I think there's a different energy when Percy enters this building, because the alchemy place was wild and chaotic and familiar, unfamiliar. This is very comforting, of reminding him of his shop, of kind of knowing what he's looking at more or less, of all of the plants and everything.
A lot more
They have been
homier.
in once, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Dee Dee will let you look around for a moment as the young tabaxi woman continues to write a little bit longer before closing, or rather setting her book on the table and her quill back down. Hello. She will say to you in
Hiya.
common. Dee Dee doesn't bring many visitors. What is your name and your purpose?
Percival, Sellerman, or Percy, and I am investigating, I suppose. I asked Dee Dee in places that I knew that my skill set would hopefully provide some benefit, so I could not take up too much space in their home all the time during my stay.
I see. My name is 18 Mirrors, but you can call me Mira.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mira.
And you as well, Percy. Please feel welcome. Please explore. And look at the items that I have, if you would like.
Yeah, I gotta get back into roleplay mode. He gives them like a shallow nod, kind of picking up on the way like more relaxed energy this place
much
brings.
calmer.
Yeah. So he's also trying to reevaluate to make his own energy levels match this area, and he's gonna, I think, like wander, like a window shop essentially, just sort of wander around and almost subconsciously compare it to his own shop of like, oh, so this is how you organize, whereas I would have like moved this over here, and is like in his own head as he walks through and looks over all of the herbs.
Yeah. A lot of it is familiar, common herbs, and a couple of like uncommon and rare, and then in a separate space is the things that are harder to find. And for the most part, though, they are organized as purpose, what their purpose is. Or if they are tinctures, they're reserved as tinctures instead of just the herbs themselves is separated. But otherwise, they're organized by what helps with fevers and inflammation, what helps with pain, what helps with sleep, what helps with, each little bitty thing. They're all very neatly organized by their purpose, more so than like color or distincting traits and whatnot. It's all very purpose driven. So you can find things that relate to other things, which would actually help you expand your herbology catalog just a little bit more, because there are things that are new to you. Not many, but a few that are new to you, that are placed with the common herbs. And they're very neat, very tidy, very well cut, very organized. And most of my work is done outside. Do you have comments or questions, young man?
Well, I suppose what would be the work that you do? Is it just tending to the rest of them, or do you pre-make anything?
Oh, I grow, I harvest, I care for, I dry, I manage the drying house, which is separated from these stores. This is for the easier access, so everything you see in front of you that is dry was dried within a whole separate building before it was brought here. And then, of course, as you can see on these shelves are tinctures that are pre-made, but they last for quite a while because of the way that we have brewed the alcohol that stands to make the tinctures. And then the salves are made to order based off of what is needed at the time, so that nothing may go to waste, since if you are an experienced herbologist yourself, you would know that most herbs last longer when they are dried and stored properly, as opposed to made into something that would, well, sour the purpose.
He's very much nodding along of like, yep, I do that too. I understand exactly what you're talking about.
But because of the season, it is mostly planting time, and harvesting the old winter crops that are ready to come from the drying house. The changing of the seasons, Ma'am?
Hang on. I had a very stuck sneeze. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure you didn't disconnect again.
Don't I know the changing of the seasons is usually pretty busy for me as well.
Oh.
Do you have any sort of specialty pots, or maybe I know that there is a greenhouse. Is that where you mostly get your herbs, or do you have your own sort of plot around here?
Oh, no. Out of the back door? My herbs grow based off of what type of sunlight and shade they need per the season. I grow plenty within the time to last the village. Throughout the trees that the arborist grows, and in the fields between the houses when they need sun. They are allotted throughout this entire half of the village. The only
That's a very
shelter that I have for these is, well, this one here, and the shelter for simply hang drying them. She seems perplexed at the mention of greenhouses or anything that grows year-round. As if
interesting.
Nothing is done growth-wise with magic here.
Oh, I guess there was. That was a Percy problem and me problem forgetting that. Yeah, that didn't exist.
What?
Whoops.
Oh no, things are grown year round. You're right on what your subconscious is following the logic of society that is society. Because things are grown year round. Nothing is grown in season. And now you're in a place where it's grown in season as opposed to year round.
I got confused because I thought that there was actively a greenhouse in the court.
Nope.
And
this is her house and her essentially shack for building and making stuff. And then there is a separate building for drying them. You see the drying house above it, past the masonry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope.
I think seeing the perplexity, he's gonna... Sorry, I am unused to seasonal growing. You have a very interesting plant pattern, though. Based on this whole section of the town, you use the trees that the arborist plants to
shelter the
Is
things.
it a symbiotic thing?
Yes.
Or just...
Because you know some things do not need full sunlight all of the time. It impacts the growth and the, well, what is the common word for it? Concentration? The purpose. It's too much sun and too little sun can dilute the purpose.
Would I have known that that's an actual thing?
Yes.
Okay. Right, yes, because if you give it too much, it could cause unexpected variables when making things.
Yeah. And it helps the tree roots help with protecting the plant roots so that it is easier to regrow them or to replant them elsewhere if I need to. Are you wanting to see how it is done?
I would love to see how things work around here, yes.
Excellent. And so Dee Dee will simply stand back while Mira takes you on a little tour of the grounds surrounding the herbologist's shelter, both amongst the residential houses and in the arborist trees before the dinner bell out by the thing rings. And to simplify things, we are going to conclude the day. But I will ask,
Yay.
Tavrick and Vaiks, how was your day? How was your riding?
I don't know how to go, God.
Are we rolling for that, I assume?
No?
Okay.
How do...
Apparently, okay. Well, all things considered, so did they both ride a horse, or did Tavrick just lead Buttercup around? Is the real question.
Mendu did prepare trouble while Tavrick was helping Vaiks onto Buttercup.
Okay. Where were we allowed to go?
Anywhere within the barrier.
I got a natural 20 for animal handling.
Wowie, it's your own horse. I'm sure it went
I
well.
know.
What a waste of a nat 20.
I know!
That's why when you asked if you need
God,
to
doesn't
roll,
that suck?
you
Wasting a
asked
nat
if you
20.
needed to roll and I said no, and you did it anyways.
There were multiple people talking, and
It's late over stimming time.
Yeah.
You're fine, Bob.
Sleepy
I
time.
will cry today. I'm a sensitive being.
It is fine. You handle trouble like a champ, as always.
Yep.
Thank you. It's all I wanted to hear.
Do I need to roll for one-armed horse
No, you had help.
that I don't own?
The reins weren't given to you; they were given to Tavrick.
We're basically
tied-
riding
it's
side
tied-
by
so it's-
side.
So it's tied to trouble, essentially.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. They're connected to one another. Got it. Wonderful. What's the vibe of this horse? God, I would love to know.
Dude, this horse could handle children. And if you chirp at me one more time interrupting my conversation, I'm throwing you out of the office. Go pout in a corner. Anyways. Before I was
So she
rudely
is
interrupted
like-
by a cat. She is
So she's
unperturbed.
like super chill.
Yeah,
She's like super chill.
unperturbed.
She's not sassy. It's not sassy yet, as far as we can tell.
Well, you haven't done anything to grant her ire. Or her
Oh,
sass.
wonderful! Thanks. Fantastic. Okay. Well, I'll get to starting. Okay. Then it goes wonderfully. God, TLDR. It goes fantastic, and I think Nick spends the majority of the time yapping at this horse. To be honest.
That's crazy. Anyway. Tavrick is going to awkwardly ride next to Vaiks while she yaps at this horse, and in his mind he's like, I thought this was a date, but I guess not. And now he's sad. He comes home and he's sad. He sulks into his bedroom.
Oh my god.
What? Oh my god. Yeah, no, she spends the majority of that time, like, she does not know where this yearling has been so far, so she'll, like, yippee yap at this horse. And it's information that I guess Tavrick would also be able to utilize, because she'll, like, point to, like, the edge, essentially the edge of the barrier, right?
Yeah.
And, like, follow around its perimeter, for the most part, and, like, the edge of its territory. Save for a couple of spots where the barrier kind of like almost bubbles, right?
Okay.
Leading over. She does kind of like skirt around those areas because that's like hunting zones.
Yep.
But
But she's mostly yapping to explain to Tavrick and this horse the lay of the land.
yes.
Okay. Did you want to have any final conversations before you get back to the stable and get delivered to home? Or did you just want to go to conversation with Mom? And by Mom, I mean Dee Dee.
All right, mom time. Mom talks. Yeah, I'm ready.
Because you guys would be getting back basically while Dee Dee is coming back to... You're getting back to the stables when it's dinner time, so Mom's coming to play fetch. Because you've been out for a
Because
little
they would
while.
have been, yeah, they would have been out for like a good handful of hours at that point. It would have been a long loop, or just semicircle. Vaiks would have tried, if she could get away with it, she would have actively led Tavrick like around the edge to the top northern gate and then back.
Okay. So, would Tavrick be unmanning the horses, or would he ask? Because Mindu is still in the stables.
I'd say he'd probably start. I don't know. What's the vibe like once they get back? Has Tavrick gotten a single word in the entire time? Or has Mike's been yapping his ear off?
I feel like he would have been able to chime in easily. It would have been 85% Vaiks and 15% Tavrick.
I don't know. Does it feel like much of a date? If it doesn't feel like much of a date to Tavrick, I think he's gonna go put up the horses and sulk.
If he thinks being yapped at for a solid 2.5 hours straight by a girl as a date, then yes, he had a date.
He's never had a date in his life. How would he know?
That's fair.
Paladin,
I think
it's not the same. Yes, it's a date.
okay.
Yeah, it's not like they go to the movies or anything. They can't do that.
I know. That's why I'm like, I don't know. What do they do?
Baby, you listen to me yap about work for 2.5 hours and you call that a date. Shut up.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm being yelled at. I don't know how to talk to women. Okay, it's a date. I'm sorry.
I love it. Tavrick's like, I was with a girl. That's a date.
You're talking to the guy whose partner literally had to go, I am in love with you. What are we? And I was like, oh.
Oh, okay.
I was like, oh, do you want to be?
Okay.
Yes, you dumb, stupid, fucking adorable dog.
Honor, paint the scene for him. Paint it clearly for the Tavrick. For the Tavrick who doesn't fully... Shut up for a second. For the Tavrick who doesn't realize that he actually likes this girl as much as he does. And who has thus far displayed a behavior of listening to her every word and watching her every action. Whether or not Paladin has even noted that or not does not, like, at this point, does not matter anymore. So, Honor, with that information, please paint us a scene of how the evening went in a very beautiful summary as we approach the stable.
So, as they are making their way back from the northeastern side of, and the north, i.e. northeastern gate, the same pathway that they originally had taken to lead towards Rowan's domain, there is like there's a moment of like her explaining,
and here we are. We're right back to where we started at the beginning. Well, sort of right where we started at the beginning. Where we took the pathway in order to get to the land of death and all of that good stuff. And if we turn back around, we could go through the same pathway, and I could talk about all of the different type of flora and fauna, and and any type of wild. There's a lot of different wild mushrooms actually in that little section. If we go further, maybe 3 or 4 miles, they're edible technically, but no one uses them in dishes very often because if you don't cook them all the way, they can give you a tummy ache.
That is the vibe. That is the vibe the entire time she is talking.
And he just has the occasional, mm-hmm.
And she's just like since she has gotten on the horse and out of Cord Nadar and is on horse and talking about things, lit up.
It's the most alive you have seen her.
Oh, okay.
It is the liveliest you have ever seen her.
I think Tavrick will
I think he's just like,
He's gonna smile and watch. He's enamored with this side of Vaiks that he's not fully registered he's enamored with it yet, but he's enjoying seeing her as lively as she is.
Yep, that's the whole ride. Somehow she finds the words to yap for over 2 hours about anything and everything, down to like her pointing out the difference break in foliage to dictate that is where a common tracking path is for deer and other like prey animals when they migrate when the weather changes outside the barrier.
I like to think that the 50% that Tavrick has also gotten is when he asks a question, about something that she mentioned, and she goes even more further
Yep.
depth into what she was talking about that one specific thing.
Mhm.
Or I like to imagine
Yep.
he says something about like a flower, and she goes, "Well, let me tell you."
It's like,
Yeah, and she actually, God.
Yeah.
Does Ari know the scientific names for flowers?
Yes.
Because so would Nyx then.
Yep.
Oh God. I feel like he'd be like, and what is it called for those of us that aren't as smart?
what's a poppy?
Oh, okay. He's simultaneously enjoying this, but also having a brain hemorrhage at the information overload at the same time.
There's so many moments where he's saying, like, I have no idea what any of these words mean, but she's having a good time, so I'm not going to say that.
Exactly.
Yep. She's using a lot of, she's using genus, she's using species, like, she may as well just be talking in Latin.
She may as well be an encyclopedia word vomiting at him.
Yes, that is entirely what happens. And she keeps that same similar energy
Oh
until
my
about
God.
like 3/4 the way through. And then you can see like she's still like having a good time, but the energy is starting to tank.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, with
Like,
how,
it is-
if you remember about 20 minutes ago how fast I was talking, multiply that by about 2. But it doesn't stop.
You know, Vaiks, for someone that says they don't have a passion for nature, you sure do have a whole lot of it. You know quite a lot.
At that, she opens her mouth and then closes it, and then opens her mouth and has no rebuttal.
And he is quiet the rest of the time.
She has been rendered quiet.
Oh no,
Like,
not in a bad way, but just like a. It was teasing. It was playful.
Yeah, no, shit, 100% it is a. I don't have a rebuttal to that. Because our other rebuttal, what the internal dialogue he didn't get was, well, it's just simply because it was a hobby I had because I had to tend to the gardens in Waterstar. And so then she's sitting there going, wait, fuck, hold on.
No, she didn't.
And she's like, well, maybe that is a hobby. Maybe that is an interest. Yeah, he will witness in real time his verbal checkmate.
Hell yeah.
And as you two are approaching the stables, inevitably, Mindu will catch and separate Buttercup from Trouble, allowing you, Tavrick, to run ahead. And he will give Vaiks a hand down himself. And as he does so, you may want to be careful. Your mother DD is on the way.
She looks at confusion and concern.
He points at the sky and how far the sun is.
Oh.
I think Tavrick walks back at this point after putting up trouble.
He didn't say anything else. He just sort of muttered to you and then pointed at the sky.
Is there what?
Yeah,
Is there
she'll look at the
branches,
sky. She'll follow his gaze to the sky and how it is mostly dark.
Tavrick is looking up at the sky with them, trying to figure out what they're looking at.
And
Is
there
there-
is a meal is full blown happening at the communal hall not far away. Like, you guys are late for dinner.
Tavrick is still staring up, not understanding what they're gesturing towards.
Yeah, Vaiks will lean over to Mindu and say,
We didn't by chance miss dinner bell, did we?
He just gives the smallest nod while helping you down and setting you on your feet very carefully and says, Oh, yes, you did.
Vaiks will pat Buttercup, give her head a little hug, and look at Tavrick and say,
I don't know what gods you actually believe in, but I would start praying.
What is there something?
And that is, her expression is a very similar one that Tavrick would probably be familiar with of, we are in so much trouble.
And Dee Dee is just calmly approaching.
Upon seeing Dee Dee, do I connect 2 and 2 on what's going on?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh shit. Is she within earshot?
You don't know.
Always. She's always in earshot.
Sorry, Dee Dee. I lost track of time. I accidentally took us out for too long.
She shakes her head. She points at you, and then points at the dinner hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Vaiks will grab him and speed walk.
But my bedroll, it's all.
You don't need it if you're dead.
What?
And you see her go.
Tavrick goes with Vaiks.
Yeah. And you just see her go past. Vaiks, give me a perception check with advantage.
Okay.
Oh my god. Wait, would Percy be in the dining hall at this time?
Yeah.
Is he gonna see us show up late?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, there. Well, what's worse is, okay, what's this? Oh shit, what's the distance to the dining hall?
I'm not. What's your perception check?
It's
because your perception check is for something else.
Okay. My perception check is.
Do I need to roll 2?
You can if you
29.
want. You can also roll insight while you're at it.
Honor.
22.
Thank you. You said insight as well?
Yeah.
Oh, this one isn't an honor one, but 27.
I got 29 for perception. I will not roll insight.
Vaiks, this isn't the first time, but it's a rarity for you to see, and technically Tavrick would see the very, very subtle gesture of just the tiniest quirk in one of Dee Dee's eyebrows, and the tiniest little tilt of a smile in the corner of her mouth as she observes the two of you for a brief moment before walking past. You got a 27 on insight?
Mm-hmm.
She is thoroughly amused at the way you two just interacted and also behaved towards her. She knows that you're smitten even if you don't.
Ah, wonderful. They straight up acted like scolded kids. That's exactly what that was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tavrick is. Wait, do you know in like the movies where like the boyfriend is sneaking upstairs into the chick's room and the parents come home and the girl's like, get out, and the guy's like, wait, what's going on? Where? And he like gets pushed out the window. That's
the energy. Yes,
happening to Tavrick right now.
That is the energy. It is a 130-foot mild sprint from Vaiks, by the way.
Tavrick he's going with it.
And so they walk into the pavilion, tired and out of breath and vaguely sweaty.
Hang on.
Panicked.
Can I roll an athletics check?
During a meal, or is it after the meal?
This is towards the end of dinner. Luthien, were you eating at the communal dinners, or were you eating in the temple?
Is Luthien, after her 2 days of vigil, allowed to go and eat communal dinners?
Yeah.
Or does Emery request Okay.
Because then that means both of you would be in this hall and then do it.
She would likely be there.
Now,
And
I have a secondary question.
Yeah, Percy, how distracted are you?
Yeah, I was about to say,
is
is Ari yapping at me this whole time? Because I'm gonna be so for real. I rolled damn near all my die and got below a 10 in every single one of them, so I don't know if I noticed them immediately.
You're gonna roll. What's your passive perception?
Not good.
Can I request a moment depending on what he rolls?
An 11 is my passive.
Considering nobody else is entering the hall, I'd say it's pretty obvious.
No.
So that 11 would notice them, even with Ari yapping.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Luthien would have seen Percy getting yapped at the entire time by another blue tiefling. And then Vaiks and Tavrick, give me perception checks again as you enter the dining hall.
Oh gods. Okay.
Hey, Honor.
22.
Thank you.
31. As
Jesus.
Vaiks let's go of Tavrick's hand or arm.
They're
as
in
they're
panic
like,
child mode.
as Vaiks like pushes open, like not fully slams, but like kid late to class, like I didn't miss the bell, right? Like pushes open the door of the pavilion, just out of breath, and so just wore out, and is like scanning the hall. Like
you get a few cheers and jeers, like hey, you're here, you made it. And it's like everybody else goes back to either their partying, their gaming, or their eating. And Percy, when you look away from Ari, her sentence will just sort of run off, taper off as she follows your gaze to see Vaiks and Tavrick entering. Luthien, are you aiming to sit with anybody in particular? Because Dee and Mindu are not there.
Are the monks from the temple there?
No.
Then, nope, she has a random dinner partner.
Okay.
I love that.
She has gotten pulled into a table by someone whose name she vaguely remembers and is sitting there feeling very awkward but obliging them.
Vaiks, you see Percy. You and Percy lock eyes.
Yeah, they're just like staring at each other.
I think like those staring contests of like the silent communication of just pure like panic stare, and Percy's just looking at you, and then like the same smile he would. There is a face of panic as you stare at him before he like looks to your right or left wherever Tavrick is, and then like the cat-like smile returns from when you guys left the room the same day, and he's like,
I want you to know, there is a moment her eyes go to Ari, and there's the exact same fucking look.
Yeah, they're made to be siblings.
They just look at each other like they ate a mouse.
Also, Honor, I sent a DM that I don't know if you remember, but I need to know because I may need to use it.
Oh God! I don't actually quite remember.
Okay.
What's the question?
Shoot, it was what the sassy comment Percy had made.
Hey Percy, do you remember what sassy comment you made?
before the event. I remember talking about him knowing about
before us going out.
Before they walked down the steps.
Yeah.
I remember his comment of, "It's okay, I trust you. I know that the paladin understands all about protection," was one of them. But I don't know what other sassy bits I did there.
Oh gods. No, it was like an immediate one. Oh man. Shoot! If only it wasn't 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Pull the tapes.
We'll pull the tapes later.
Okay, I think there's a moment. I'm assuming Tavrick sees fucking Percy's shit-eating grin, but also the person that he's sitting with.
Yep.
Tavrick's gonna like get his plate of food and everything.
Vaiks, while you guys are staring at each other, Ari just sort of smiles and like fuck you all for doing this. The light Zoe wave.
Mm-hmm.
The two-handed wave.
Mm-hmm. Tavrick will wave back. He's going to get a bunch of like plates, like food for his plate. He's going to walk past Percy at the tables and kind of stop and go, "Oh, well, who's this?"
Vaiks will. Oh, this is the most charismatic that anyone has ever seen, Vaiks, as she sits down beside this blue tiefling and goes, Ari! Hello!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
Ari.
Oh, wait. You're wearing a different face.
It's very similar. It's just not quite the same.
She recognizes you. Yeah, she recognizes you very easily. She gets very excited. Oh my god, is that a baby next? And she'll just grab both sides of your face and be like, oh my god, I've seen you somewhere. Hi, how are you? Oh my god, wait. Oh, what happened to you? Oh, you know, I should have paid attention when Dee Dee was telling me exactly what happened to you the other day. I thought she was talking about somebody else, but no, it was you! And then both of the guys can see exactly, Tavrick in particular will see exactly where you got it from.
Mm-hmm. While they're having that conversation, I think Tavrick's going to lean down to Percy and just go, "An alchemist friend of yours?"
A new acquaintance, yes. They could provide useful in their information.
I see.
I'm going to cast a message while looking at Tavrick.
Okay.
And the same plastered face is going to be, I know you went on a walk, but how much cardio did you actually get done today?
He's going to smile back smugly and say, "Have fun mixing your fluids," and pats him on the shoulder and keeps walking.
I was proud of that.
Oh man, does Percy like choke on his drink? Damn, that was a good one.
There's a look of shock of like, oh my god, you actually fought back. You bit back. I'm surprised at you.
Percy looks proud, and Ari's just rattling off to Nyx, being like, "Oh my god, how are you? I missed you. How, etc. Where were you? How are you feeling?" Like literally, it's just asking you a million fucking questions.
Hello? Could you let go of my face? It's still burnt.
She just jerks her hands back. "I'm so sorry. Oh, right, and you're late to dinner, so you should probably eat before Dee Dee gets back over here, because we both know how her temper is. Unless she already scolded you."
No, she already knows.
Oh, okay.
The scolding will be later.
Oh, okay. I almost feel like that's worse. Anyways, no, you should eat your food, and then you can tell me all about it. I mean, you know where I'm at. I'm in the same place all the time, because you know that I'm scared to go out to anything else.
Yeah, I know. You should probably leave more than just the dinner hall in your places for more than once. You know for a fact any poisonous plants, just because they are poisonous and they do have poisonous pollen, doesn't mean they're going to kill you instantly. You just need to wear a face covering.
But then my face gets hot.
You are a tiefling.
But it's uncomfortable.
Nyx will look at this tiefling and just blink. Like, this is not the first time they have had this conversation.
Fine, but if I'm gonna go out again, you're going to have to go with me. Wait, you're...
I'm...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah? No, you continue, go ahead.
Are you back for good?
And she will... Is Tavrick back yet?
Yeah, Tavrick sat down on the other side.
No, Tavrick walked past, so specifically, he's going to go find Zuck.
Ah, okay.
Because he wanted to ask him some questions while they were at dinner.
Okay.
If he was still around. But if not, he'll probably return to the table.
Yeah, if he has not come back at this point from getting food, she'll look at Percy. She'll glance over at Tavrick and where he is, like around, but not within earshot, and say,
maybe.
Wait, what was the question that she asked?
Don't worry about it.
What?
Okay.
There's a
maybe.
because you're looking at them and I'm on the other side. You can kind of see.
Ari's in the dead ass middle of the two of you, so
Yeah.
you're hearing everything that she is asking.
When you give your response, you see like Percy kind of his smile kind of falter, but he still does give you like an accepting like a good nod of okay.
well, he's yeah. She looked at him like we did talk about it. Is the kind of look they had. It's like
Maybe.
Okay, you can tell me more later. Right now, you're gonna eat your food before Dee Dee comes back, because I would like you to keep the rest of your hide. And then
Well,
she'll look at Percy and be like, and you can tell me exactly what you've been doing to help her, because she's been my favorite for too long, and you didn't tell me she was here.
Well,
I
Ari,
didn't
I
know
have
you
a
should-
surprise for you.
Huh?
and she has a big smirk as she leans over and leans on her left arm.
Ari. Percival. Or should I say, Ari. Theodore. Theodore.
Oh, don't real know.
Ari. You can meet my school teacher. Well, technically. Percival. And Ari, you can meet my brother.
What?
Hi.
I'm going to go get food. Have fun.
I imagine there's now a whole new slew of conversation that Ari goes on a tirade for.
Payback, motherfucker.
You didn't tell me you had a sister, much less that sister was Nick's, or that you actually fucking knew her. I knew that you were trying to find a space outside of Dee Dee's house, but come on, what do you mean? You didn't tell me. What?
Like she's answering her own question mid-sentence.
Yes, that's precisely how the brain works, Paladin.
I wouldn't know. I'm too stupid. I only have a brain cell on occasion.
Percy spends like the rest of the meal like half trying to explain away of like, well, I didn't know that you knew her. I didn't exactly like get the rundown on her past life before I even knew. I only learned about it like a week or two ago.
Yeah. When Nyx walks away, she looks at Percy like she just fucking checkmated him.
You trapped him into like a verbal corner as he tries to work his way out of it. Every answer leads to like 7 more questions.
Which leads to more answers, which she mostly answers herself, aside from the ones that she does ask about, like, how they met, how they knew how they found out that they were siblings, and like...
and then that gets
where
into
he
the
grew
whole,
up.
we talked to Rowan.
Yep. And then he'll be like, then he'll eventually at some point catch the whole, well, that explains why she's so smart, or rather why you're so smart. which one's older, like starting to ask other questions of herself and then going, wait a minute, no.
I am going to say I just rolled a 19 deception because Percy's going to omit the Vaiks crimes, we'll say.
Oh, the murder?
Into, like,
You're
he's
omitting
going to change
murder?
kind of how they met and, like, the crimes and murders about
oblivious. She's oblivious. Anyways.
Okay.
So that's the way the rest of your dinner goes. I hope you all enjoyed that dinner scene. And it eventually ends. Tavrick, because you're not staying under the same roof, you get away without getting your hide ripped into by Mom. Vaiks sort of scared herself, more so. But it would explain why she had a nightmare. If she was so anxious.
Well, this is the first unmedicated night after getting my memories back.
Yep.
Yay.
So.
I was also going to say, DM, the conversation I had was over dinner. We could do.
That's going to be done in whispers.
Yeah. Okay.
I need to stop.
Harry needs a break.
I need to stop talking a million miles a minute on a day where my ribs already hurt.
Yeah, that's why I was saying we could do it in whispers another time.
We are going to skip day 5, and we're going to go straight to the Percy Vaiks scene.
So. Day night. Day 5 night.
I will state, because of the length this goes into, between you two, and then between Brother Berrig and Vaiks, I would like to put these two pieces together and then start next session with the Luthien Vaiks conversation.
I'm entirely okay with that.
If the three of you who are not involved in the scenes do decide that you would like to go to bed before those are done, that is okay. The rest of this session will be basically these two, and then it's up to you if you want to stick around for the asking moral questions of a priest part, which is not voiced by me today.
Yeah, where are my inner demons? Where are you at? Where's my favorite inner demon?
I believe he will be joining after.
Okay. I'm excited.
After the Percy Vaiks. So after dinner, things settled down pretty normally here in Court Nadar. Percy did stay at Dee Dee's again for this night. Tavrick went back to wherever the hell Tavrick chose to go to. He would have been given the choice between the stables, the guest room, the inn, or even the blacksmith's house at this freaking point.
I would like to think he attempts to put out his bedroll out in the stable again.
And Mindu says no.
Mindu. Mindu comes through and is like, no, you're sleeping in an actual bed tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
At minimum, there was a very disappointed look on Vaiks' face when she found out he slept in the stables.
Yep.
He's an angsty boy. He needs his therapy horse.
Yep.
Especially when the nightmares come.
Yeah. Anyways.
Get a dog.
Yeah, get a dog.
I do have one with my mom now, canonically.
Get another dog.
Get another dog.
More dogs solve everything.
When Dee Dee did come to tuck you into bed, Nips, because she wanted to check in on you after Percy changed your bandages, she did sit on the edge of the bed, and it was a very firm but gentle, you need to learn where your limits are. You're going to push it too far, and then you won't recover as fast as you're wanting to. You were out just a little too long today, and you were late to dinner.
I am aware. We paced ourselves, and that's why we were late. I didn't want to make a horse run. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's acceptable, but don't be late to dinner again.
Yes, ma'am.
And she'll kiss the top of your head before tucking you into bed.
She will allow it.
It's the only.
But the expression.
It's the only affection she's really shown since you came back.
She will allow it, of course, but it is a very how jarring? I don't think that's the right word. It's surprising at the very minimum.
Yeah.
Unexpected turn of
Unexpected.
events.
Yeah. But it expresses the concern that nothing else has.
Mhm.
And then I will allow you and Bam to paint the rest of the scene from there, as Vaiks does fall into a fitful rest. As we
On
skip
this
day
night-
5.
Yeah, on this night, which is night 5, leading into the dawn of day 6, it is between 2:30 and 3 a.m. It is the witching hour, or bordering upon it. And with a jolt, Vaiks will sit upright in this bed, and she is disoriented. As she looks at amongst this room of both familiar and foreign papers that she does not recognize, but furniture that is from a past long forgotten, that warbles in memory and dream. She gets up and wanders. The lights are on out when the light shines through this door. As she opens it, there is generally a light of some sort, or a source of light of some sort within Vaiks' room and within the halls, or at least this balcony of this area. Whether for just being able to see for our non-dark vision folk, or for comfort. It is hard to say. But the plants themselves are vaguely bioluminescent, and the lanterns flicker with light. And she tiptoes to her right, and then to the first door, opening it with a soft ease, as if having snuck into this room many, many a time to hide within its library. But it is not for respite that she wanders. It is for purpose. And she reaches first. Move. Go this way. Then to the door. Oop. She reaches maybe to the start of the second rug, around the tables, around the chairs, and around the glowing crystals and tinctures that source the alchemy table. That gives a slight amount of light. And she will stand right at the edge of where the dimmest amount of light shines. And as if hitting a wall, darkness spills out in front of her like a ward, as fear leadens both steps and limbs, her heartbeat pounding in her chest the more she contemplated stepping forward. And she crouches down to sit on her heels. She takes deep, purposeful breaths, her nerves already on edge as the lingering traces of fear and panic
still linger and tremor down her spine. And she attempts to calm herself. Eventually, she stands once more and calls out into the dark towards the sound of what she knows to be Percival's sleeping breaths. And she speaks in abyssal and looks out into this void. I know you're in there. And her voice is low, maybe just above a whisper, in an attempt to keep Percival from waking. I also know you're listening. So, with that knowledge, I have a statement. If you have any knowledge of my mother's plans for him, he deserves to know. And if you have any capacity over his actions, he also deserves to know what it is that is inside of him without his consent. Her limbs feel icy as a shiver runs down her back in the dim light. A cold sweat that had already plastered the hair on her forehead and down her back, chilling on her skin as the temperature drops in the room. She swallows nervously, clenching her still slinged or still bandaged arm with a hand to kind of stifle the tremor in her limbs in a self-soothing gesture. And I will continue to poke and prod and pry and face you over and over until you or my mother tell him those things properly. So be prepared.
Despite you seeing no shape in the darkness, you can still feel like something is watching you. As your eyes dart around, looking at the flickers that move in the edge of your vision, before a warm wind blows against your face, smelling of fire and decay, as something exhales through its nose right in front of you. I fear not the truth, child, but I am under no obligation to tell him it. I am doing my duty either way. While you know there is dim light pouring behind you from the desk, the hairs on the back of your neck still stand as the entity whispers over your shoulder. As for your mother, I know not her plans of the boy, only that he is set to fix the balance others have tipped. But I welcome your challenge, little specter. While still having no real visual, you can almost swear the light behind you reflects off of a massive, toothy grin that's connected to half of a dragon's skull, almost 2 times the size of your body, standing hairs away from you.
Vaiks' foot shifts backwards as she feels the heat of breath on her skin, turning her face away slightly from the uncomfortable feeling the heat causes, the still agitated burns on her face. And panic involuntarily settles heavy in her bones as her body reacts to the presence far more than her mind. The sensation is far too familiar of being hunted, stalked in the darkness by something both unknown and forever truly unknowable. Still, her feet remain planted in place as she turns her face back to the hazy vision in front of her, regardless of how badly her instincts scream to flee. Her gaze is steel as she looks directly in the hollowed eye socket of this creature's exposed skull. What we are obligated to, and what is right, is not always the same. You may not be forced to give him the truth, but it is what would be just and fair. To avoid the truth implies you either gain something from withholding it, or... The scent of decay that coupled his presence gives an oddly calming feeling. A familiar feeling, jarring to this tightness in her chest as she's reminded dimly of graveyard dirt. She takes a tiny step into the end of this darkness, reaching a hand out to attempt to touch this hazy, exposed skull, as if to try to feel a mirage. Her shoulders and hands tremor intensely as she does, her fear palpable in the waver in her voice, but still she speaks. Or you wish for the challenge itself, and its continuance by not being forthright. You're bored. If you weren't, you would have ran from that fight to preserve Percival's life over anything else, not taken it on with only half of the group.
The air around you and in the room grows unnaturally still as you step forward. And silent. The only sound that reaches your ears is the faint breathing of Percival and your own heartbeat. As you reach your hand out to the hazy visual in your mind, it does not move. The hollowed eye staring into your own at the audacity of your words. Though with no expression able to be seen, you can feel the beast squint at you in anger as you feel a heavy pressure on the foot you planted into the darkness. Do you question my abilities, Spectre? Do you question the strength I wield to protect all your brother holds dear? The pressure on your foot grows as you can almost feel the indent of a talon without ever seeing the claw itself. And you watch as the skull slowly leans over your left shoulder, getting cut off as it eases into your dim light, allowing you to see the entirety of the inside of the skull if you were to look at it head on. It continues forward until its hollowed eye is next to your entire face. I spend years in a void of nothing, watching through a mirror as your brother grew and struggled. Only a handful of times have I been given the privilege of control out of necessity to protect him, where others have not. And you still question me. It hisses into your ear, the low rumble of its voice shaking you to your core.
Vaiks doesn't attempt to move as the sharp weight on her foot presses down harder, a small worry in the back of her mind that it might just break her foot to prove a point. Terror causes Vaiks' mind to scream in warning to move, to shout, to run, but terror has never stopped Nyx even when it certainly should. She takes a deep breath as she begins to feel lightheaded, the air welcome as she belatedly realizes her held breath from moments before. Her heart thumps rapidly in her ears like a mouse caught in a snare. She nods as her gaze follows his movement, head tilting his way slightly to accommodate. She stares directly into the swirling void of shadow within its depths. Yes, I do. Regardless of what you are still in a killable vessel I happen to care greatly about. You're only as powerful as that vessel has the current capability to be. And you ran into danger with the swagger of a guilty man released from prison on dropped charges. Her eyes narrow as anger bleeds into her words, regardless of fear, and she holds tight to this small feeling and the focus it brings. Not with the behavior of someone prioritizing a charge. You've given me little to no reason to trust your abilities beyond trusting you'll continue to leer at me from the backs of his eyes. She shudders again at the agitated rumble rattling her lungs as she speaks in response to her words, but continues nonetheless. She grasps even harder on the small flame of anger starting to burn in her chest. Her uninjured hand phases and flickers before being swathed in a pale, dim, ghostly glow, followed slowly by the remainder of her body, segment by segment, as she speaks. But I also trust you're angry because in some ways, I'm right. You tasted near full freedom for the first time in years, and you capitalized on it out of both duty and desire. And you convinced yourself that it was what was needed to be done in the moment because otherwise the shame would start to feast on your already exposed bones. If that's the case, we're not so different in that respect. And she takes in another breath. Regardless, her body feels icy, as if moving at all was cracking through centuries of ice, yet still she strains forward, her other foot planting itself beside the other in the darkness, with the remainder of her body joining in turn. If I do not challenge you, question you, face you, then I will never move past this terror in the dark. I don't fear the dark because it is unknown, but because I know what can be placed within it. So, what manner of creature has been placed within my brother's darkness?
The beast doesn't move, letting the hollowed void of an eye socket stare into your soul for an uncomfortably long time, before it tilts its head away from you, causing you to feel the pressure of a horn against the side of your face, cutting open a small mark on your cheek as the dragon pulls away, relieving the pressure on your foot as it does so. Perhaps from your view my choice was reckless. But I assure you, if it wasn't for the champion dealing with your protection and Lady Dahlia fighting at my side, I would have not placed so much faith in the encounter. And even though your brother did not gain a single scratch in battle, it would be untrue to state I did not enjoy having movement again. With you now stepping into the darkness, the beast eases back, moving closer to Percy's bed and no longer standing in front of you, seemingly making a wall with its body across the room. The more into the shadows it goes, the more your imagination fills out its shape. Your concern for him is pleasing to me, Spectre, as is his concern for you and those he cares for. If it were up to me, I'd be placed in every one of your souls to assure you all survive. You can hear the smug grin plastered on this beast's face. For your bravery in stepping to your fear, I'll answer you as honestly as I can. You have my word.
Vaiks flinches slightly as the skin on her right cheekbone splits open from a horn she can barely see the shape of. As it moves further into the darkness, its form quickly melts away from her view, only the swirling wisps in her own eyes making any distinguishable shapes. Panic rises in her chest as Vaiks loses the beast's proximity, and with that proximity, its predictability. The glow that has been creeping along and overtaking her body flickers for a moment as that panic chokes her, crushing her lungs as if the beast's claws were embedded in her chest. She closes her eyes, feeling the weightlessness that accompanies her body melting partially into the ethereal, and she listens in order to see, as she had been instructed to by many, many others. The sound of the entity in front of her is loud, roaring, nearly deafening like the crash of a waterfall, and she starts to shy from it, step back into the light, the sudden fear it causes overwhelming. Then she stops, as if a piece of the puzzle has finally clicked, a voice of the past echoing in her mind. Feel the fear as all souls do, and take action through its vulnerability, not just despite it. She takes another small step forward, shivering as the room's temperature drops and spikes from her own presence and the smoking beast in front of her. I don't need you to be honest with me. Just him. My bravery isn't for my sake. She takes another step across the hardwood, then another, until she is within touching distance of the beast once more. She feels her very essence tremble as it makes contact with the entity, its ever-shifting form wreathed in pale light only she can see as she reaches out with her very soul to resonate with it. And in turn, Percival. As the glow follows an undeniable lead of a blackened, shadowy tether to the tiefling's chest that rises and falls in sleep. For any being able to influence souls, she was completely vulnerable, completely open. She swallows hard, voice tight with nervousness, but genuine. But at the same time, I do believe I'd like to know the name of my brother's guardian, and what kind of creature it is. I wish to know this spirit's story.
As you step more and more into this darkness, the beast makes little movement, though you can feel the air of curiosity as you keep moving closer, walking blindly into the dark room until you reach the side of the beast, close enough to touch. I am afraid I'm not at liberty to tell him myself. By your mother's design, I'd imagine. You feel the air behind you move as something slides across the floor, and you can tell that the beast's tail has just cut off your exit. For my name, I am the primordial dragon, Erebus, one of the gods chosen, the embodiment of the fear that's clutching your heart and making you so aware of the air around you. The beast speaks with pride as you hear them take a deep inhale, moving your hair slightly as he does so before he exhales with a growl. I know you're listening, little morsel. You feel the heat on the side of your face as the dragon's snout moves next to your ear. Can you find the fear you are looking for?
Vaiks feels her stomach drop at the soft swish, then thud behind her, dread tingling down her back. If it was to be a trap, then the snare had certainly been sprung. But she wasn't foolish enough to ignore it had been her choice to step forward to begin with. Her jaw clenches with anxiety, but she doesn't make the move to flee. Not yet. How far and deep will you require me to search? She murmurs with uncertainty. But still, she reaches out. Both beings a part of this world and not in this instance, and makes physical contact with the nose bridge of the great dragon's snout. Her motions are slow, respectful, her trembling only lessening when her forehead presses against the section where scaled flesh meets stripped bone, but not vanishing entirely. Her brow furrows slightly as she listens intently, the melody of this creature's essence unraveling as she pieces parts together. Her tone is a working realization as she communicates what she hears. There's no being without fear of something, even fear itself. Your fear is a failure. That your purpose, your existence, is not enough to keep being safe as they should be from harm. You fear they won't listen to you when it truly matters. That Percival won't.
The beast holds still. You can even feel its face tense as you touch and place your head against its snout. The feeling of surprise laden in its body language. And then you hear a soft chuckle as the beast seems to relax and embrace your touch. I knew you were smart, favored Nightflower. Find me again, should you need more answers. As the beast seems to melt away into the floor, placing back the shadows in the room you didn't even notice were stretched and moved. The rustling from the bed catching your attention. Nix, what are you doing in here? Did you need something?
He stares at the space where Erebus once stood as it melts away before blinking and looking towards Percival's voice. The room returning to near complete darkness as the light from Erebus disappears, as well as the light from her own ability. Oh, She glances back at the empty space before her legs turn to complete gelatin as terror and tension drain from her body, slowly lowering to the floor, visibly shaken. Had a nightmare and wanted to check on you.
Percy quickly throws off the blankets and slips off the edge of the bed as he casts dancing lights, the soft green orbs escaping the gems embedded into the tattoo on his arm as they float around us both. Hey, whoa. You sure it was just a nightmare? He asks as he kneels in front of you, giving your mostly healed wounds a once-over before noticing the cut on your cheek. Are you okay?
The blood that had welled and dripped on her cheek looks almost black in this greenish light, and Vaiks raises her hand to check the stinging sensation, wincing a bit at the tenderness. She nods, using her sleeve to press against the cut, shoulders shaky. Well, at first it was.
His tail moves to the side of the bed, wrapping around the strap of his bag of holding as he pulls it across the floor, bringing it to his side as he takes out a small healer's kit. Do you want to talk about it? He asks as he gently takes out some cloth to clean the cut.
There's hesitation in her expression, but she holds still as he dabs at the wound. It's an oddly clean cut, as if done with the tip of an arrowhead. Sharp, smooth, and swift. Do you want to hear?
He stays silent for a moment, finishing cleaning the wound as he is focusing on that first before giving a response. I mean, it's your nightmare. If you don't want to share it, I won't hold it against you. He takes out some gauze and a gentle adhesive to place over the wound. Although, I would like to know why I'm the first one you come to. I would have expected you to seek out Didi first.
She looks at Percival for a long moment, watching him during the process. A small, embarrassed frown pulls at her features. The reason is a little ridiculous.
Yeah? Don't tell me it was an embarrassing nightmare, Nix. Those don't tend to have warrant of collapsing at your sibling's bedside. He says as he places the bandage on your cheek.
No, the dream itself wasn't embarrassing.
And she avoids looking at him as she feels heat rise to her face in either a mixture of embarrassment or shame.
I'm afraid of the dark. And I can't see in it either, so to check on your well-being, but not wake you.
And she turns to look at the over 40 feet of darkness between them and the alchemy table and the sitting room.
I need to face it one way or another. The mission wasn't exactly a success either. You're very much awake now.
Percy looks between you and the darkness laying behind you. The three orbs subconsciously combining into one above us as it gives off even more light. Wait, really? I thought you were hesitant just because you couldn't see, not that you were, actually scared of it.
Vaiks bristles a bit, her face burning.
Yes, Percival, I'm afraid of the dark. It's a perfectly reasonable fear.
And she glowers at him a bit as she says this.
I know what's in there. What happens in the dark?
And she shifts, rubbing at the bruise forming on her foot in disgruntlement.
But I can't stay afraid of the dark forever. I don't want to be afraid of you.
Percy's face changes, going from a light smirk into a soft, shocked expression as a moment passes as he's looking down at the floor before he places his hand over yours. Do you still want to try?
Vaiks takes a deep breath, then nods, looking at him.
I do. And I will keep trying. I know the fear won't disappear, but I want to at least reach the point where you have the liberty to use the full extent of your abilities without worrying about me.
She runs her fingers through her hair to push it back, plastered on her face from sweat and stress.
No more tonight, though.
And she stares directly at him with a small, sheepish smile.
I think I may overly test your Shadow Guardian's patience if I provoke him anymore.
He looks at you confused, still resting on his features before realization hits him. Oh, you mean the thing? Did you talk to it? Oh gods, I didn't give you that mark, did I?
She shakes her head and pats his hand reassuringly, very, very quickly.
No, you did nothing besides sleep like a log in bed. But yes, we did speak.
She takes in his confusion and explains further.
I see and hear souls. You don't need to be possessed for that.
No, I know that. I don't know. His face frowns, obvious contemplation resting on it. What did you talk about?
She crosses her legs on the rug as she kind of settles into position.
That he needs to be honest with you, that he was reckless with your body in the ruins, and that I'll continue to pester him until he's honest with you on who and what he is. He can't speak with you directly, so I believe him choosing to be honest with me means I can act as messenger, don't you think?
She raises an eyebrow and tilts her head, staring into Percival's eyes for the familiar flash of shadow for approval or disapproval.
Yeah, can't speak directly with me, huh? Percy sort of shifts uncomfortably, and there is no flash of shadow as his eyes remain the emerald green they always are. Are you sure pestering him is a good idea? From what Tavrick told me, he was kind of a prick.
According to him, Mother said no. He cannot talk to you. Which would be reasonable since you mentioned watching you grow up. Most children don't react well to voices in their heads. Take it from a professional. She grows more sincere as this chuckle of a smile, like a rueful chuckle, falls from her face. He's haughty, that's for certain. But he takes his job seriously. That I can respect. And she will look at him once more, directly. He has a name. If you wish to hear it, I feel you deserve to know more than I do.
Percy sits back, resting more onto his knees, hands placed in his lap. I don't know. His voice is laced with this anxious uncertainty. Are you sure I could hear it?
The only one stopping you would be you. And if for some reason you can't, I'll write it down, and if you can't read it, I'll spell it out. And if even then the knowledge doesn't stick, I'll repeat it until it does. You deserve answers for your life, Theodore. And you deserve to walk the path you wish, with as much knowledge as you can beforehand.
His hands clutch around the fabric of his pants. Yeah, you're right. He takes a deep breath as his eyes close, and you watch the shadows stretch behind him. The maw of the dragon resting above his head and reaching for the orb of light, before he exhales and opens his eyes, making the shadow evaporate above him. Oh, okay. Lay it on me.
Vaiks shivers as its jaw wraps around the comforting orb and instinctively begins to lean in and reach up to push it back by the nose in panic. She freezes when Percival's eyes open, quickly sitting back down with an awkward air.
Right. Then his name is Erebus.
She looks then at the now empty spot in the air above Percival's head in irritation.
And he's kind of a prick of a dragon.
Erebus? As the words barely leave his lips, his whole body shoots straight as if electricity has passed through his form. The light above you flickers and falters as Percy's head droops and his eyes flutter. You swear, looking back at you in the flashes of darkness, is the sickening, toothy face of the dragon, grafting itself to Percival's own, before he plants his hand on the ground and steadies himself. Oh God. He mumbles as he starts taking deep, slow breaths, his face a completely pale shade of blue.
Vaiks will place her hand on Percival's shoulder to steady him, a tense and concerned look on her face.
All right. Leave the speaking aloud about unknown shadow entities to me.
And she will lean down to get a better look at his face.
Are you all right? You look as if you're about to be sick.
He coughs heavy, some black sludge exiting his mouth as his throat clears, reminding you of the same ichor he expelled in your anti-magic barrier. I'm sorry. He tries to get out, his voice clogged and heavy as he coughs once more. I don't think they like that.
No, don't apologize. Just
She reaches over to grab a cloth from his kit and holding it up for Percival to take.
maybe don't say it aloud again. Invoking names is a powerful thing in Fey realms, as is honesty, as are promises. If that was his true name, it's reasonable you'd have a reaction. I should have thought of that in advance before telling you. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. He takes the cloth, wiping his mouth a little. Sorry, still. is still new to the Fey realm things. He slowly sits back up, face still a little off color, but more his normal blue. What a way to begin the day, huh?
What a way indeed. She nods in agreement. If you need more rest, I can brew some tea to assist. She pushes herself to her feet, upright, but legs still a little wobbly. It may also help get rid of the taste of, well, whatever that is.
Yeah, tea sounds nice. He also stands, legs wobbling a little as the motion brings up momentary nausea. As you look back into the void of darkness still in the room, you see the shape of the dragon watching you from the corner, his black hollowed skull and midnight blue eye peering at you through the darkness, before Percy's green orb separating again, moving ahead of you and making a path through the darkness, causing the dragon to melt away again. Don't think I'll go for the sleepy time, though. think I'm more than awake now.
I can make something with ginger and lemon verbena then. Both help with nausea and congestion, though unsure how effective against supernatural systems and symptoms. I could also add oolong leaves and mint for alertness. Vaiks halfway rambles as they step across the room together, gently guiding Percival forward with a light hand on his back. She only slows to give a displeased glower at a spot in the darkness that reappears as they pass, and the orb shifting with them, hissing a whisper of abyssal behind them. I will skin the remainder of you. Cease.
Then you'd be finishing a job your mother started, little spirit. The darkness whispers back to you as you leave the room.
Vaiks moves to take another irritated step out of the doorway behind Percival before stopping hard on her heel. What? And she whirls her head around to stare wide-eyed at the empty darkness behind her.
There's my time in the spotlight.
Does Percy have opinion? I guess it's the question.
Hearing you respond into the empty room, he will turn around and sort of look you up and down and be like, is AC talking to you right now?
Vaiks will slow turn around, like turn her head back to look at Percival as if she has been just like told she's adopted. Same energy. Like shell shocked.
You need the tea more than I do.
No, AC said nothing.
Let's just get you a cup of tea, as he tiredly turns around and makes his way towards the kitchen.
He will push his back
and say, no, we are getting you the cup of tea.
Oh, yeah.
As they both stress walk. But she will give the offhanded comment of,
I think our mother's a sociopath.
You don't say.
All right.
And she will prepare a cup of tea for Percival. And the second the opportunity arises, will sneak out.
Excellent. Were you sneaking off too?
May I perception check to see if follow or caught?
You may.
Thank you.
Natural 20
Well, Bam, is
for a 32.
Is Percy gonna try to follow, or is he gonna drink the tea and try to go back to sleep?
Here's the thing. I think Percy takes the tea and drinks it and then goes to his room and, already being awake, finally attunes to the bow staff.
The staff of the Magi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So he is preoccupied.
Beautiful.
When they part ways, Vaiks will leave early with her tea, her cup of tea, and just be like,
I'm gonna go back to bed.
that is a lie.
Do I notice?
Man, I sure hope so. Oh, well, no, you don't. That was a natural 8 plus... it's a 10. So I rolled a 10 on going to bed.
Okie dokie.
We're just gonna use the DD map for the temple, okay? The DD house map. For the ambiance. For the ambiance. Also, I hope you enjoyed the fact that I put up the art so that people had a little more visual to go off of for Mr. Shadowman. Would you like to tell chat where you're going?
Yes, I would love to. As Vaiks kind of like slinks away, the first proper wow, this is the second time I've lied to my brother. We're getting too good at this. I'm caught away with it. Not a good trajectory, not a good trend. She will look out for Dee Dee, who is her number one op in this moment, frankly, and make her way south from Dee Dee's and then east until she enters around the bend of this giant tree, a familiar and unfamiliar temple.
Let me get to my notes. Thank you.
Oh, Rang, you gotta settle down, babe.
This would probably be around like 5 in the morning ish. At this point, brewing time, chilling out time, and lying time, and slow walky, sneaky times. She would make her way over to the temple for more than one purpose. Especially now.
Are you ready, Tavrick? The temple is quiet, with rest and regard. Most acolytes tucked away in their quarters to rest on humble cots, except one. Barrig, the old dwarf paladin, was knelt in vigil at the dedication of Torin. Candles lit all around the feet of the magnificent stag, a visage unchanging through lives. The main floor was a spacious room with scattered dedication to each of the deities of old, with the addition of an hourglass at the back of the space, honoring time. Incense perfused the air, ages of cleansing and healing herbs lingering underneath the scent of smoke. A place Nyx rarely went as a child, yet all too familiar when she entered. And if everybody saw the pop-up, that's Spirit.
Yeah.
Make a witch small. Yes, wonderful. Okay. Vaiks makes her way through the temple, her footsteps quiet, in more of respect than stealth at this point. They're far softer from the worn softness of her soles, from a set of shoes long since used and long since loved, but heavy and dragging due to fatigue. She almost wanders as she first enters into this temple, as she is brought by this familiar sense of like nostalgia, and takes in the space as this deja vu also settles on her shoulder at the same time. She had originally planned to take the day to speak with Luthien if possible, since it was one of the few nights Dahlia was out hunting, but now uncertainty and exhaustion caused her to waver, along with far more questions than any answers. She takes a deep breath, in, then out, the scent of incense filling her lungs, each step aimless as she circles the altars, before stopping in front of the form of a woman that was both stranger and intimately familiar.
The statue has a serene pull to it. Gaze veiled, smooth long waves carved to flow over shoulders to her waist, over the robe. The statue so intricate it could have been alive before her, with one hand outstretched and the other holding the crescent moon just above the topmost curve of her hood. The temple was quiet, even to Vaiks, as if the souls were all at peace here.
She isn't certain how long she stands there, both peace and uncertainty, keeping her still as she looks up at the statue in front of her, almost as if staring at a mirror of a visage that she has never properly seen. Again, fear nags at her core, just as stubborn to leave as when she awoke in a cold sweat. So many fears she couldn't seem to shake, and new ones arising every day. For a long moment, she hesitates to speak, words and questions stacking to the point of barricade behind her lips, allowing only the smallest breaths through. Eventually, her shoulders slump in internalized dejection and overwhelm. And she simply and silently places a palm-sized coin upon the altar, the soul of the hellhound she reaped in her mother's domain, and walks to where the great stag looms over the seemingly ageless dwarf.
Berrig lifts his warm gaze to the young woman with a compassionate smile, smoothing his aged hands across his knees as she approached. His voice was warm, gentle, welcoming.
You carry a weight you place on yourself, child. Do you worry she will reject you? Or do you believe she already has? Come, sit, find respite, and tell me your troubles.
His full beard is now gray, when she remembers it a lively red-brown of clay. His eyes surrounded by crinkles from years of that welcoming smile and wisdom. The life still burns bright in his hazel eyes, flecks of green, gray, and brown blending together. His robes are a rough-spun cotton, dyed a unique shade of faded tan with a stitching of vines and antlers around the collar of the tunic underneath, and hood of the robes.
Vaiks sits down beside the older man with a slight clumsiness, still not used to her arms' limited movement and limited stability, but eventually settles into a suitable posture. Her head tilts in soft inquiry, surprised by the familiarity, and surprised by the remembrance. You speak as if you know me, Brother Berrig. Is that wisdom from the great stag Torin?
His head bobs once in a slight acknowledgement, eyes trailing up to the glorious stag statue before them.
One could say that, or could say it is in the rise and fall of your shoulders as you place your offering. A familiar feeling when doubt and uncertainty surround your life. I was once as lost as you, wandering a path with many questions in a world losing its faith.
The changeling woman follows his gaze up to the great beast.
I can't say you're incorrect, though circumstances are probably a tad more complicated between the Lady and the Knight and I.
She reaches into the bag draped over her shoulder to rest on her left hip that she has carried along with her, pulling a small woven wreath of glowing berry branches from its contents and setting it upon the stag's altar. A trinket from her room.
Regardless of my feelings of the Sovereign, I do recognize I owe Torin a great deal, for he and his champion have helped me in far more ways than they should have.
The dwarf gives a somber, knowing nod as he closes his eyes.
It is much like the revered Torin to send his champions to those in need, even the children of the Sovereign herself.
He breathes evenly as if still in meditation, as he reaches to place fresh incense in offering.
Yes, I know you are her daughter. The Great One tells much to those who rend his word to writ in dream and prayer. And I saw it in you when you were still a small thing, running circles around down there. This spitting image of Eris in a tiny mortal form, laughing and collecting all the plants you could find. She will answer in some means should you find the courage to ask.
Gentle gaze moves back to her face, smiling again.
Needing a light for the path to ask? Onyx. Bring the champion with you if you waver again, and I'm certain you'll find the strength to face your fear and ask. She'll be honest and loving, despite what her absence made you feel.
The far younger woman takes a stick of incense, lighting it upon one of the vigil candles before gently shaking away the flame. Her tone is bittersweet.
To ask any more of the Great One's champion would be selfish. He has his own path to find still. To pull him from it would do neither of us any good.
She gently places the stick in a worn but well cared for holder before sighing.
I'm uncertain what it is I'm more afraid of. Having my beliefs rejected or confirmed.
She watches smoke rise into the air, eventually making eye contact with the stag.
I don't suppose you have any advice on how to interpret the actions of your antithesis, do you?
Perhaps it is part of his path to quell his own doubts by assisting you down yours. You may only learn by asking. It may do him good to know this place exists, as well as one who has walked a similar path to his. I am, after all, oath sworn to the great stag.
He tilts his head to the side just a little, looking at her.
What is it you seek to interpret, young one? Perhaps I may simply shed light on some of the shadows from any wisdom the king has granted me.
She gives a solemn nod of consideration to the dwarf's suggestion.
I'll be sure to tell him, and I hope he finds courage to seek you out. I've heard the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. And I feel it may apply in more ways than just his.
She's pensive for a handful of moments, taking in a handful of deep breaths before letting out a slow sigh of an exhale.
I suppose I am trying to decipher what her purpose was in sending me to the West so young. How she was idle in so many moments where I needed her most, cried for her, only to be met with silence. My brother as well. Both of us with prayers unanswered and more questions than when we started. How can abandonment be considered love?
Slowly and carefully, she pulls her arm from its restraint, comparing the marred and darkened skin of each hand,
One freshly scarred, dark red and patterned with vines and flowers seemingly embedded in the skin, leaving wherever the pattern lies unmarred. The others, a faded pale silver sheen on the skin, each vein and capillary inlaid with black as if ink had been injected into the flesh, the damage gradually smoothed by magic and time. Brother Beric, when have I sacrificed enough in the name of the gods? My body, my mind, my very soul. All of it has been taken in some way or another. All of it from my mother's faith in me. But faith isn't love. And I don't believe I can follow or sacrifice blindly any longer on faith alone.
Beric turns an expression of sorrow and compassion on her, taking a long moment to listen and weigh her words. He looks to the sovereign's visage on the far side of the room, contemplating before breaking the stillness with gentle words.
The Lady of Night does not keep a ledger, for she is not an usher of coin or goods. She watches not for what you give, but for what the giving forges. The choices you make beneath this weight placed upon you, every step on this path marks you for the person you are, not for whose child you are or what plans were made for you. And you, while mortal, have not fallen to immortality of others. It does not weigh your aura.
Immorality.
Oh, immorality. Sorry. Curse my dyslexia. It is not the choices of others what causes such grave injury to your limbs, only to your mind. And yet, you are here before me, whole. Still, enough is the live living who fear the turn of the wheel of fate. While some play an ugly, deep-rooted game, the one who is your mother does not. She counts your choices at the crossroads. Every time you choose the harder path, not for glory, not for reward, but for someone else would break if you did not. That is your choice, not the will of others. As for love, faith, and abandonment, her absence was not abandonment outright. We all know she was hunted simply for the power she holds and who she is. And still, in her absence, you have felt the silence shift since stepping outside of the prison another condemned you to unjustly. You have felt her presence. Unlike others, you have seen her face. And you were placed in the arms of love and challenge until another dictated the change. Her absence was intended to give you, both of you, more safety than she could guarantee. Never to punish or ghost, it was intended to be temporary, the purview of one for whom time is vast, expansive. That does not ease the wounds it causes. Knowing it still may never ease those wounds. None are truly infallible, especially where faith and love are concerned, for both faith and love may leave you standing in the dark, uncertain. Love and faith are also choices in the face of doubt and challenge. Faith is not meant to feel like certainty. It is fidelity. It is an answer that might come after a vast silence. Love is much the same in that regard. Faith in this moment for you.
And he continues, lifting one bony hand to point at her chest.
Just may be facing that fear you carry when you contemplate asking for answers, for mortal justifications to actions unseen in the shadows, swimming around you and your brother. She does not ask you to go with blind faith. Ask, mayhaps the answer will be your torch you need on this dark path to guide your way, rather than stumbling blindly.
Vaiks lets out a slow, shaky exhale. Tightness and ache settling in her chest as she thinks over the holy man's words. I think I understand, Brother Beric. Hopefully. She turns to look behind her to follow his gaze to the statue directly across from them. Faith that the answers to my questions won't bring more harm than good. And maybe faith that it wasn't all for someone who never cared to begin with. She turns back around, bringing her knees up to hug them loosely. Have you ever felt as if you wasted your life, Brother Beric?
Fuck you for that question, by the way. Beric
I love you so very much.
Beric takes a long moment to meditate on the question before breaking the calm quiet of the temple.
When doubt was its strongest. Yes. When the faiths were lost in the ebb and flow of the tides, taking and giving the gods life, there were many times I thought I'd wasted such time. But with time, as the truth was given to me, and my devotion blessed with revelations and knowledge of what had transpired outside of these magical walls, no. I no longer believe it is a waste. Living, being, acting at all will never be a waste, little one.
He places a warm, bony hand on her shoulder, no longer smiling, but his eyes carrying the weight of loss and mourning.
Part of your life was stolen, but it was not wasted. It gave you knowledge and skills you did not have before. It equipped you for something foreseen, that you might survive. Simply because you have not lived a normal life does not mark it as a waste. Your life is truly just beginning. I see many years ahead of you, Nyx, filled with sorrow, pain, and joy, and with more difficult choices that will impact more people than you can ever fathom. And none of it will ever be a waste, so long as you allow yourself to feel what you feel and live in honesty with yourself. It will never be a waste.
Vaiks looks back at him with a similar reflected sorrow, though not as nuanced, still just as deep. Thank you for your honesty and your comfort, brother. I wonder... And she cuts herself off, looks down at her own hands, then sighs, fingers curling stiffly into fists. Actually, that's not a question you are meant to be asked. That's for another to confirm. And I will ask her in time. She's quiet for a breath or two, considering her next words carefully. However, if I could be so bold to interrupt your vigil a moment longer. As you receive guidance and knowledge beyond where my ears have been able to reach recently, could you help me? I have a friend of mine that we haven't been able to locate in the grove the last few days. Though some assume where he is. I haven't gotten a confirmation one way or another. He's a small automaton that usually asks how he can be of assistance, which leads him to trouble. Have you seen or heard anything of him?
Brother Beric breaks into a smile and a small bout of laughter.
It is to my knowledge one you described as such is seeking knowledge in the archives. You could ask Didi or Alara, as they are the ones who tend to its upkeep.
Her shoulders relax a bit in relief. I'll ask Allura to see if she knows more. Finding Dionnader is, this time of day, would only be asking for an earful. She says this with, like, a tiny wince and a cringe. Either way, I can at least ease a few worries today the others have collected regarding him. You have my thanks again. A genuine, thankful smile curls at the edges of her lips upwards, her own concerns a fraction later as well.
He chuckles.
You're not wrong that her mothering nature would lecture you. I recommend attempting rest again, and if it helps soothe the soul to do so, I will gift you these.
He very carefully takes a wooden box of handcrafted incense burnt night and day in the temple, closing it and offering it to her.
To ease the suffering you've already endured.
Vaiks gingerly takes the box, fingertips running softly across the top. The sensation in her right hand was still dull and its motions clumsy. It would take much more time for it to return back to the caliber it used to be, but the motion is still done with care nonetheless. I'll light these when I find the next opportunity to. Well, to sleep, that is. I have someone I'm waiting on, however. It would, well, would it be all right for me to remain here with some reflection in the prayer hall while I wait for them to come down?
Barrick gives her a sympathetic smile, glancing to the stairs with a nod.
The others will be rising for chores and rituals soon, and the young Eladrin you seek to speak to is joining us for it. How long are your tired little bones willing to wait? These doors are always open to you, child. You never need to ask that, no matter the hour or day. Though, I will gently remind you who else is in these walls.
She takes another deep breath, trying to calm her already fried nerves from earlier in the morning. If I'm meant to face them today, then I will. I won't ever be able to speak with who I want if I'm not willing to risk a different encounter entirely. They're nearly inseparable. She brushes the dust from her pants as she stands, after tucking the incense and her injured arm back into the sling. And she gives a small wave to Brother Barrig as she walks away and sits vigil in front of both goddess and mother.
And that is where we're going
Silent.
to end session, with Vaiks in silence. Thank you, Tavrick, for saving my already tender lungs.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for lending us your wonderful voice.
Got kidnapped for
You've
a
been
second
kidnapped.
time?
Yep, for an alternate purpose besides traumatizing me. Oh my gosh, it's a special day. Huzzah.
You can either be the traumatizer or the therapist. Yay!
Hi, I have no in between. I'm so sorry. I have no other roles for you.
Those words took me so long to write, by the way.
I have to ask, Eri, before I forget, does AC see the weird shit that I see, or is that just a me problem?
Yes.
Okay. Just wondering.
Wait.
Well,
yes,
that wasn't either or, actually.
It's a
Wait.
me problem, or yes, as in AC can see it too.
Wait, yeah.
I was internally laughing at that.
That wasn't either question. I'm sorry. I'm IRL sleepy.
I was waiting on her to catch that. Yes, AC sees it. But I doubt he says anything, so you're probably gonna think it's a you problem.
Wonderful. Just wondering if he gets to see all the weird shit I get to see, and now he gets to live with all the weird stuff that Vaiks had to endure while he tortured and sent souls to their untimely demise, and they were all angry about it. That'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a traumatize your traumatizers, guys. Traumatize them back.
Technically, AC just witnessed you have a theological therapy moment with a priest, dude.
Yeah, I also talk shit about AC as well. Man, I got a lot of spicy stuff for you for next time. Look forward to it. It's gonna be great.
Oh boy. It's so funny too that scene had to happen after Paladin's little sicky, sleepy body was like, I gotta go
right after he had to go to bed. I was like, oh man, what a time.
Someone needs
it's fine.
Somebody needs to show him that part of the recording.
Another fucking session where Brett believes right before Erebus shows up again.
That's a Brett problem.
This is why, guys, you cannot dip halfway through the session. Things get spicy. We cooked the whole time.
I took another Dayquil and got more caffeine, so we're
Dragon wanted to know what was said, okay? Dragon wanted to know because I was talking to Dragon like I didn't tell Dragon what I wrote, but I was freaking out to Dragon like this took me ages.
And I was like, Aerie, tell me, and you were like, no, I can't tell you. And I was like, but Aerie, and you were like,
I think I also brought it up, and you were like, oh, you can tell me, and I was like, no, you can experience, because I was talking to you, I was talking to Dragon about the Erebus encounter, and I went, oh, things happened.
Yeah, and then I've been doing the same with whatever the fuck went on in Luthien's childhood.
Oh yeah, baby.
Which we will experience TikTok and Luthien stuff next session. I'm excited.
It's gonna be so good.
It's gonna be so good. Oh my gosh, I'm so ready.
It's so good. Are you guys ready? Because it is juicy.
Ready.
Dragon got the biggest. Hey, Dragon got the biggest reveal since Vaiks even coming into the campaign.
Ooh, oh, wonderful! I'm excited.
And still, I am asking, who the fuck is Priscilla?
I am once again asking, who's this motherfucker?
Next time on Anathema Rising, Crescent Heart. Goodbye.